基队，那场比赛他是吞下了败战，只投了5局。
那最近的洋基队是拿下6连胜的一个战绩，当然最主要打线爆发是非常大的关键。
我们
看到今天呢，在洋基球场外面挂出的看板，要对上的是亚利桑那的响尾蛇队，原定在7点05分要开打，不过受到下雨的关系呢，比赛稍微做延迟。那现在已经准备要开始进行。Bobby Abreu 那今天稍早是穿着西装、穿着衬衫来到了球场。
My 9 presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the Arizona Diamondbacks against the New York Yankees in the first of 3.
看到呢，在纽约的天气呢，虽然稍微有点阴天，但雨势已经是停了。那准备要来展开今天的这一场比赛。
我们的 Michael Kay 依旧是今天的英语的这个主播人员呢。John Flaherty 过去洋基队也做过捕手，跟王建民搭配过的，今天的这个 commentary 的球评。
那我们看到呢，洋基队在5月29号的时候呢，跟红袜队已经落后到14.5场是最大的差距。但这一阵子的追赶以及6连胜之后，整个差距已经缩小到9.5场，那等于是追了有5场的一个胜差。
对，中间很重要的原因就是最近连续10场比赛，Bobby Abreu 精彩的一个打击表现。他10场比赛不但都有安打，而且总共出现了19支安打，正好是50%的打击率。所以到了6月份，他已经完全摆脱了他在这个5月份跟4月份的那个打击低潮的一个现象。6月份50%打击率，8支的长打的安打，而且是7成89，对过去2成89的一个长打的一个能力。
看到呢 ，Abreu 在6月份高达5成的一个打击率，有高达6成以上的上垒率。那今天王建民的先发要来争取他今年的第6胜，碰上的是实力坚强的去年国家联盟的赛扬奖投手 Brandon Webb， 他目前是6胜3败，3.13的投手自得分率。那等于是这一个去年的国家联盟的赛扬奖投手，以及去年美国联盟赛扬奖第2名的王建民，等于是2个其实算是赛扬级的投手要做正面对决。
对，不要忘了王建民是去年美国联盟的胜投王啊，19胜，所以2个等于是去年都是表现非。
他来出战到响尾蛇队。我们看到呢，这是在 ERA 的部分呢，最近的打击也慢慢的复苏起来了，在6月份。
对，尤其6月3号跟波士顿红袜队3连战的最后一场比赛，第9局从 Pepperbaum 手上打出那个制胜的阳春全垒打，从那个全垒打之后，洋基队好像整个转向了，他的运势好像也改变了。所以最近的11场比赛是赢了9场，尤其是最近是6连胜的一个战绩哦。所以他现在要追求今天的，就是如果赢的话，就追求今年球季新高的7连胜。
对，那 ERA 呢？我们看到他在上个星期的7场比赛呢，打击率也高达4成，有包括4发的全垒打以及16分的打点。他跟老虎队的 Gary Sheffield 共同获选为上周的最佳球员。
对，这也是他今年他第2度入选当周的美国联盟的最佳选手。
我们看到 ERA 目前呢有24发的全垒打以及63分打点，都在大联盟排名第1。另外长打率6成7次也是第1名。而他的得分呢，56分，则是大联盟排名第2的，所以他目前等于是有一个3冠王的头衔。
那看看 ERA 今天能不能替王建民打几分出来？所以对一个先发投手来说，你不但自己要投得好，你要靠你的队友替你得一些分数才能够有比较高的这个几率拿下胜投。所以我一直说，先发投手其实要靠别队友的帮忙，在胜投方面。那比较自己能够控制的就是 ERA，所以其实看一个先发投手的这个表现，还是看这个 ERA 自责分率是比较准。你有时候看胜投真的是有时候运气不佳，你就算投得好，有时候队友不帮忙得分，你还是很难拿到胜投。
对，那讲到自责分率呢，前面提到最近的5场比赛呢，王建民的先发失分都压在3分以内，而整个投球的局数大概都在7局左右。那整个自责分率呢，最近的5场是只有2.50，所以他的状况来讲是非常的理想。不过 Brandon Webb 也不遑多让，那最近是拿下了3连胜的一个情况。那整个投手自责分率在3连胜当中更吓人了，不到0.82而已。所以今天2位的投手呢，其实在整个对决的部分，谁能够拿下胜投，相信2队的打线谁发挥的比较好，可能是一个重要的关键。 那由于比赛受到下雨延迟的一个关系哦，所以在确定比赛要开打之后呢，还有一段的这个时间，所以很多球员也在这个空档呢，还在场上做一些拉筋或者是热身的一个动作。好，现在天空看起来还是稍微有一点点乌云的情况，但这并不是在球场的上空哦，所以这场比赛呢前面有下雨的关系，现在天气已经是放晴了，准备要来展开今天两队3连战的第一场球，洋基要在主场迎战来访的响尾蛇。第一场比赛将由王建民先发。这个星期呢，在跨联盟的比赛部分，洋基队先跟响尾蛇进行3连战，完了之后周末是要跟大都会队进行第2个3连战。那在大都会3连战的第3场比赛，也就是台北时间下星期一，那王建民也将要担任先发。
你可以看得出来，在这个休息区里面啊，洋基队最近6连胜的气氛都不太一样了。尤其你看 Johnny Damon 跟每一名选手之间都有一个不一样的一个赛前的一个激励的互动，而且每个人都要记得清楚到底是怎么样，到底要做什么样的动作，真的很有默契的。
对，所以呢，这个球员不只要记暗号，哇，这个有时候加油的这个手势呢，我们看到 Joe Torre 也难得脸上露出微笑。
这就是 Brandon Webb，他在赛前也几乎做好了准备了。第一次在这个 Yankee Stadium 登板做先发，对他来说也是觉得非常兴奋的一件事情。
对，我们看到 Brandon Webb 比王建民还大1岁啊，他今年是28岁，188公分，104公斤，也是非常壮硕的一个身材。
对，他是从2003年呢球季中间进到大联盟的，所以上大联盟现在是第5个球季。他在03年就表现了非常不错的一个投球能力，先发了28场比赛就拿下了10胜，而且 ERA 只有2.84。那个时候大家就说，哇，他的 sinker 投得非常出色，未来前途不可限量。但没想到在2004年有一点点 setback。那一年他虽然先发了35场比赛，但是只拿下7胜，输了16败。虽然 ERA 还是很好，只有3.59，就是因为他的队友事实上对他的这个进攻得分呢完全没有帮忙，所以那年他等于是投的不太理想。虽然投的算好，但是这个成绩表现不太理想，只有7胜16败的一个战绩。但是05年去年呢，14胜就展现的不错了，就慢慢在恢复。那当然去年是拿下了这个赛扬奖，拿下了16胜，是他表现最好的一年。那今年现阶段还是维持去年的那样的一个成绩的一个投球的一个水准。
那我们看到现场的画面呢，持续带到洋基队今天呢，在整个先发的棒次这一些选手，其实包括画面上看到的 Miguel Cairo 在内哦，其实3、4两棒 Bobby Abreu 以及 ERA 的近况来讲是非常的耀眼。那其他的选手其实整个打击的状态也都在上升当中，也包括了松井秀喜在内。所以洋基队最近的打线的部分呢，相信是让大家可以比较放心的一环。其实而且还是必须要持续下去的一个状况。今天呢 Melky Cabrera 也有担任先发的一个工作，在中外野的守备，并且要来担任第8棒的打者。我们看到过去的6连胜当中呢，洋基队团队的打击率高达了3.36%，每场比赛可以得到8.2分。那在牛棚呢，也拿下了3胜0败的一个战绩。牛棚的投手自责分率只有2.08，拿下2次的救援成功。
所以基本上这个6连胜呢，把每一个问题好像都完全解决了，不论是先发投手，不论是救援投手，不论是打线，其实在防守事实上现阶段好像看起来也蛮稳定的，没有那种很乌龙的、很莫名其妙的失误出现。那我们刚刚看到王建民好像已经在牛棚准备妥当了，
对，
已经要准备上场来投球，这场比赛很快即将展开。那 Roger Clemens 的归队，当然对全队在精神上面、在世界方面也是一大鼓舞。所以现在的5个先发投手当中，至少4个比较稳定的，虽然这个 Tyler Clipper 现在镜头上看到这位年轻的小将，前一场的先发投的不理想，但是那场他不理想的先发，球队还是获胜，因为后面大量的得分所造成的一个结果。那 Musina 前一场的先发也是投6局，只掉1分的自责分，所以看起来他也恢复水准，也慢慢的稳定下来。所以现在看起来洋基队的一切的这种现象都是很正面，就跟过去那个战绩低迷的情况是完全改观。
那这就是我们稍早在开场也有提到，在外卡的部分。那现在来看的话，洋基是排名在第4名，那跟老虎队之间是有5.5场的胜差。
但是距离这个水手队、距离运动家队是更近了。距离水手是4.5场，那距离运动家队是3.5场。当然，未来还是有很长的一段路要走，有很多工作要做。但现阶段，洋基队的心情至少气氛是蛮好的。
对，所以整个6连胜之后呢，洋基队又把战绩给打回来之后，现在当然今天希望借王建民的先发，先完成进阶短程的一个目标，就是先到5成的胜率，今天赢球就可以到5成的胜率。那接下来就是追外卡5.5场的胜差，再来外卡如果追上来之后，就要看红袜，那是差9.5场的胜差。那这是洋基队一个近程、中程跟远程的一个目标。
那这一次从今天开始跟亚利桑那响尾蛇队的3连战，正好又是他3个最稳定的投手啊上场，包括今天的王建民、明天的 Mussina 跟后天的这个 Andy Pettitte。
我看王建民记不记得这些打招呼的这个加油的这个手势，不过通常比较简单了哈。哦，可能弄得比较复杂一点。
因为他们2个之间的默契从小联盟就建立起来的。
Abreu 的是2只食指交错，食指中指交错。哦，真的是每个人都不一样，
对，都不一样，所以你真的要记得。
通常来自中南美洲的选手，这个手势会多一点点。我们看到王建民呢，刚刚是在牛棚练投完了之后呢，在准备登板先发之前，先回到自己球队的这个 bench 这休息区里面，跟所有的队友，那另外包括教练团的部分，大家再打声招呼，然后互相加油打气一下，那准备来展开今天的先发工作。
所以虽然是英语啊，这场比赛是晚了一点开打，但是也让我们有机会看到一些王建民啊，在赛前呢准备上场，在休息区里面呢跟球员或教练一些互动的状况，我觉得是大家也是另外一种收获。
这真的是很难得看到的画面。
否则的话，就正式开打了，你就看不到这些你觉得其实对我们来说蛮有兴趣的一些画面。
那这边看到的是在响尾蛇队的一个 dugout。
所以响尾蛇队不要忘了，在2001年的时候是跟洋基队争世界大赛冠军的对手，那一年是他第7战。靠着 Schilling 加上 Randy Johnson 的精彩的投球，是打败了洋基队，让洋基队在那年世界大赛是饮恨。不过自从那次世界大赛之后，2队曾经在球季当中进行6场的交赛，那洋基队是拿下了4胜2败啊，是取得了优势。
好，我们看到王建民已经拿起了在投手丘上的这一颗红线球，准备要来展开他今天的先发工作。
Orchestra here is our national anthem. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? There's baseball in the air. How many times have you heard that song, John?
Not that many, Michael.
New York Yankees baseball is broadcast in Spanish, and it's available by hitting the SAP button on your television. And SAP is brought to you by the all-new 2007 Toyota Camry. Well, Chien-Ming Wang is about to begin his warm-ups, and now we'll introduce you to a Diamondback lineup that you might not know that much about. They don't score much, but they get great pitching, and the Arizona Diamondback starting lineup presented by Heineken. It's all about the beer. Chris Young's in center field. He'll lead off, batting second and playing shortstop, former #1 draft pick Stephen Drew. Orlando Hudson, you know him from the Blue Jays. He's the second baseman. He bats third in this lineup. That tells you it's a Punch and Judy lineup. Eric Burns, who was a great broadcaster last year, having a good year this year, a left fielder. He's going to clean up since May 24th, hitting .397. Chad Tracy, the DH, will bat fifth. Batting sixth, former Yankee first baseman Tony Clark. Mark Reynolds at third base will bat seventh. Carlos Quinton is in right field batting ninth, while batting eighth and batting ninth is Chris Snyder, the catcher. Chien-Ming Wang on the mound. He is making his 10th start. He's 5-4. He's 4-1 in his last 5 starts, and about a hit per inning. He doesn't strike many people out, but he gets you to hit the ball. He pitches to contact, and you hit the ball on the ground.
We'll take a look at the pitcher scouting report brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Chien-Ming Wang is on a roll. He's 4-1 in his last 5 starts with an ERA of 2.5 and double trouble. He's going to get a lot of ground balls. He's gotten a double play ground ball in each of his 9 starts, and it's a good night to hit last. If you're Chris Snyder for the Arizona Diamondbacks, it's not a bad thing hitting ninth. Ninth place hitters are hitting .458 against Chien-Ming Wang for some crazy reason, Michael. I can't figure that stat out.
Very odd. Well, wait till he pitches against National League teams in National League cities. I think that number will go down.
I think it's going to come down just a little bit.
Let's take a look at the Yankees defensively, and with Chien-Ming Wang, they're going to bring their gloves because he doesn't strike out many people. In the outfield, Matsui, Cabrera, and Abreu. That's left to right. In the infield, A-Rod, Jeter, Cano, and Cairo making his 5th start at first base. Posada is behind the plate, and Chien-Ming Wang is on the mound. Wally Bell is going to be the home plate umpire. You've got Bill Welke at first. Laz Diaz is at second. And over at third is Rob Drake. Tip this cap just as I said his name. Here's Chris Young. And the first pitch from Chien-Ming Wang is a strike, and we are underway. So we start at 8:04, about an hour delay. Yankee games usually get going about 7:07. Chris Young, 1 for his last 13, 4 for his last 27. There's that hard sinker and the count 0-2.
Good sinker there. You know, Chris Young is back in the leadoff spot. He's been fighting some leg problems. We get a look at the action on this fastball. Good movement down in the zone. Good sign for Chien-Ming Wang and the Yankees. But Young has been a guy who's hit later in the lineup because he hasn't been able to run. His legs have been beat up a little bit, but he's healthy now and back in the leadoff spot tonight.
And the 0-2. Just foul tip to stay alive. Diamondbacks right now essentially tied with the Padres for first place in the National League West. National League West might be the best division in the National League. There's some good teams there. San Diego, Arizona, LA. Dodgers just a game off the pace. Colorado 5.5 back. San Francisco in last place at 7.5 back. And the 0-2. Just missed. Here are the numbers on the NL West at 36-26 and 37-27, essentially a tie. Dodgers playing the Mets tonight, 1 game back. Yankees will meet the Rockies next week, starting on Tuesday, a 3-game set at Mile High. Really Coors Field. There's a line drive to left field. It is a base hit for Chris Young, so he starts off the game with a single.
And it's a slider that just hangs up in the zone, and Chien-Ming Wang threw him a nice slider on the 0-2 count and decides to go with another one. He just leaves it middle of the plate, the old cement mixer, and Chris Young was able to take care of it. He's an exciting young player for the Diamondbacks. They actually talk about him being a potential 30-30 guy. He has a lot of power and runs well. Hasn't really learned how to steal bases yet, but the potential is there.
Here's Stephen Drew, the brother of the Red Sox right fielder J.D. Drew. He's 5 for 27 in June. That's 185. He has 3 home runs. Last time he hit a home run, it was actually over his brother's head when the Diamondbacks played the Red Sox. You can see the Diamondbacks have changed their uniform, the color scheme. When they beat the Yankees in the 2001 World Series, it was mostly purple and white. And that 2001 series probably well, arguably the greatest World Series ever. Had 3 incredibly memorable games. The 2 games here at Yankee Stadium, 4 and 5. There's Mr. November, ended one of the games with a walk-off home run, and then Game 7, where Luis Gonzalez hit one over Jeter's head, drawn in infield, and the Diamondbacks came back against Mariano Rivera to win the series in 7 games. Young was extending his lead and just got back ahead of the tag.
It's a good quick move from Chien-Ming Wang, and if you're the Arizona Diamondbacks and you have trouble scoring runs, you got to believe that any chance you can get maybe to hit and run or get some runners in motion, you have your #1 guy, maybe, you know, Randy Johnson, obviously Hall of Fame pitcher, but Webb is probably your #1 starter. You have him on the mound, you're going to try and scratch for a few runs early in this ball game.
The 1-0. Outside, 2-0.
Talking to Bob Melvin in his office today, said it might be a good time for them to hit and run tonight. A guy like Wang throws a lot of strikes. He's going to be around the plate, probably a good hit and run guy as an opposing pitcher. We'll see how Bob wants to play it.
And the 2-0. Lofted to left field. Matsui is there. And there's one away as Young scampers back to first. Another catcher as a manager.
Another ex-teammate as a manager. Played a little bit with Bob in the Boston organization. We were actually fighting for a job against each other. Good guys in the game, smart baseball person. And like you said, another catcher. There's another one in there too.
What are you doing up here, John?
I'm enjoying my time with you, Michael.
Oh, that's beautiful. If you meant it, it would really mean something. Here's Orlando Hudson, and here are the catcher managers. How about that? 10 out of 30 played behind the plate. Pitch out, nothing doing.
It's actually doing some research on that, Michael. I think there's only 1 pitcher who's managing right now in the major leagues. Any idea who that is? Actually in this division with the Arizona Diamondbacks.
That would be Bud Black.
Bud Black. Yep. Doing a nice job in San Diego. First-year manager.
And the knock against pitchers is they don't make great managers. And if you think in the history of baseball that there aren't many great managers who were pitchers, Tommy Lasorda, a Hall of Fame manager, was a pitcher. Roger Craig did a nice job. He was a pitcher. But there are so many more failures than successes, guys that pitched and then managed. The 1-0. I guess the reason they give for catchers being such good managers, you really have to know what everybody's doing. Pitcher, you're just concerned about executing your pitch.
I think that's exactly right. And from that catching standpoint, Joe Torre, a great catcher in his own right, you know, you're always looking out at the field. You know, you have the defenders in front of you. You're finding out where they're positioning themselves. Tony Pena, another great catcher and ex-manager, probably looking for another opportunity. But you have that perspective right there where you see everybody in front of you. You have to deal with your pitcher. You have to deal with moving infielders and outfielders. And you just pay attention to a lot more things than maybe a pitcher would. Bob Melvin actually told me he manages the game just like he caught it. You know, just the thoughts that went through his head when he was behind the plate. He takes those same thoughts out there with him, and he said it actually comes pretty easy. It's just making the decisions in the National League. It's a different ball game to manage, and he's adjusted to that.
He had a short stint with the Mariners. This is his second try at managing. All kidding aside, did you ever give any thought? I mean, you haven't been out of the game that long. Did you give any thought to managing?
Oh, of course, yeah. You know, I think it's something maybe down the road, you know, if there's an opportunity, but it's, you know, it's still a grind of every day, Michael, you know, and I think the one thing is when you retire as a player, you enjoy not having the mental wear and tear every day. And you know what, managers go through that just like the players do. It's a tough job.
And a 1-2. Grounded foul.
It's interesting seeing Orlando Hudson hitting in the 3-hole in this lineup. You know, from the Toronto Blue Jay days, what, he would hit second, he would hit down in the order, 9th. And now he's right in the middle of it. And, you know, again, Bob Melvin said he's been locked in from day one. He's been one of their most productive hitters, so he's locked in that number 3 spot and doing a great job.
This is a very lengthy inning for Chien-Ming Wang. Usually works expeditiously. A 1-2, missed inside. Let's check out what Orlando Hudson's all about.
Well, slower the better. He's known more as an off-speed hitter. If you have a good fastball, you can beat him with that. In middle of the order with the question mark, you know, it tells you a little bit about this Diamondbacks lineup when he's hitting third. And the two-time Gold Glover, he won it in the American League with the Blue Jays and last year with the Diamondbacks in the National League.
Runner goes, and that one is sliced past a lunging A-Rod and down the left field line. Matsui fields the ball, gets it into second. Stopping at third is Young, and the Diamondbacks have runners on first and third with one out.
It's a nice piece of hitting. You know, we just talked about it. He's an off-speed hitter. This ball is a sinker, but it's down in the zone. He just stays with it and slaps it the other way. Chris Young on the fly. He's going to get to third base easily. See this nice piece of hitting right here. Just slaps it right past Alex Rodriguez, just out of his reach. But Orlando Hudson is definitely a down hitter. He's an off-speed hitter. And if you have a good fastball up, you're going to have a good chance. This ball is down. He does a nice job. Nice piece of hitting. Sometimes you just have to tip your hat.
Boy, when you watch Chris Young run, when he took off from first base, he actually looks like he's running a 100-yard dash. His legs are churning, his knees are going high. Very different look. He looked like a baseball runner. Here's Eric Burns. And the thing with Chien-Ming Wang, you're always one ground ball away from ending the inning.
Picking him up, putting him down. He gets a nice turnaround second base, but you can see why they're excited about his potential. The ball really jumps off his bat. I think he's got 8 home runs this year, but he can run. I mean, he's going to learn how to steal bases as he matures, and it's not often you hear guys talk about 30-30 guys for a young player, an exciting young prospect.
Here's the 1-0. 2-0.
You're exactly right when you talk about Chien-Ming Wang. You know, the possibility of a double play. He's had the double play ground ball in each of his starts this season. So that possibility is always there. And Burns, he runs well. So you're going to have to earn it here if you get a ground ball.
He gets a double play in every 3.3 opportunities that there is for a double play. That's pretty good. Grounded foul outside of third. Burns kind of made a name for himself. He's always been a gutty, gritty type of player, but kind of burst upon the scene on Fox last year during the postseason with wild hair that he looked like he combed with a shoe. But he just says anything that comes to his mind. Kind of a free spirit type.
He's got great personality off the field. He's got a ton of energy on the field. One of those players, Michael, that when you're playing against him, he probably rubs you the wrong way because he plays so hard, has so much energy, but you talk to his teammates and they love him.
The 2-1. 2-2.
He's been hitting leadoff for a little while in this lineup, you know, and thinking about it, he's a perfect guy for the top of the order, and that he gives you energy. You know, if he gets on base, he's going to make some things happen. And we've seen with Johnny Damon, when he's at his best, there's an energy in his legs, and he gets the Yankees going. Same thing for a guy like Burns, even though he's hitting cleanup time.
But it does tell you something. You mentioned Orlando Hudson hitting third, Eric Burns hitting fourth. In the American League, both of those guys are at the bottom of the order. So this is your typical National League sort of lineup. Probably a weaker than normal National League sort of lineup. Because Burns, when he was with the A's, he was batting 7th or 8th, sometimes 9th. Sometimes up in the order, but he's not a middle of the order American League guy.
Here the Diamondbacks are doing it old school a little bit, pitching and defense. You know, their starting pitching is outstanding. I think second in the league, and you know, defensively they're middle of the pack. But that's how they're going to win ball games. They're not going to slug with you. They're going to pitch and try and keep your runs to a minimum, and hopefully their bullpen can do the job.
Popped up behind the plate. Posada makes the play. And he'll run the ball back to Chien-Ming Wang as the runners stay put, 2 away.
It's another slider from Chien-Ming Wang, and he hasn't had a good one in this first inning. You see Jorge sitting up down and away, and the slider just spins middle, and Eric Burns just swings underneath it. And Posada, one of the best in the game at going to get these foul balls, gets rid of the mask, finds a spot where he thinks it's going to come down, and then heads up, making sure that Orlando Hudson doesn't tag and go to second base.
What's he doing there? Just going over the signs if they steal second?
Yeah, we got a first and third situation, so he's just letting his infielders know if Orlando Hudson decides to steal, he's letting them know where he's going to throw the ball, or maybe not throw the ball. Maybe Joe Torre gave the sign that I don't want you to throw, I'll take my chances with the batter. So we'll see how they play it.
And the batter is Chad Tracy, the DH tonight for the Diamondbacks. There's a strike. Chien-Ming Wang, who averages about 13-point-something pitches per inning, is at 20 already. See Tracy's numbers there. The 0-1. Make it 0-2.
Michael, a lot of times you'll give the hitter the opportunity to hit early in the count here with this at bat. Once you get behind 0-2, it might be an opportunity to send Orlando Hudson before Bob Melvin and see if you can try and steal a run when Tracy gets behind 0-2 right away.
There's a ground ball to Cano. And Chien-Ming Wang labored, but he got out of the inning without allowing a run. He threw 23 pitches. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left. Diamondbacks nothing, and the Yankees coming to bat. But the Yankees got out of it. Chien-Ming Wang settled down. Let's take a look at that red-hot Yankee offense that Brandon Webb is going to face, and it's presented by Geico. 15 minutes can save you 15%. Call or visit geico.com. Johnny Damon leads off. He likes playing DH, and that's what he's doing again tonight. The captain, the shortstop, Derek Jeter, back second. Batting third, playing right field, the red-hot Bobby Abreu with a 10-game hitting streak. Alex Rodriguez at third base, the co-player of the week with former Yankee Gary Sheffield. He'll clean up, batting fifth and catching. Jorge Posada, Hideki Matsui is in left. Robinson Cano at second. Miguel Cairo is at the bottom of the order, and Melky Cabrera will bat eighth to play center field. And they will face the reigning Cy Young Award winner, Brandon Webb. This will be his 14th start. Good numbers, 83 hits in 92 innings. And the one thing that's different with he and Chien-Ming Wang, he does strike people out. He has 82 strikeouts.
And the pitcher scouting report brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, a turbo sinker, just like Chien-Ming Wang, the defending Cy Young Award winner, like you said, Michael. And the Diamondbacks locked him up early. He's in the second year of a 4-year deal, and that might be the trend with this Diamondback team. With so many good young players, lock them up early, kind of like the Cleveland Indians did years ago.
And they have a former agent as one of their owners, so he knows all the tricks.
Not a bad way to go. If you find out some of your good young prospects are going to be quality major leaguers, you lock them up to long-term deals and keep them around town for a while.
And that agent is Jeffrey Morad. He's not an agent any longer, obviously. But I think he's the one who negotiated Manny Ramirez's 8-year, $160 million deal. So he was one of the power agents, and obviously made a lot of money because he bought into the ownership group here with the Diamondbacks. 1-2, foul back. You know, we've talked about this a lot since the Yankees offense has had a little bit of resurgence. Why does Johnny Damon like DH? It doesn't seem like any regular player likes it. He likes it.
He likes it. I mean, obviously it gives his legs a break. He can get healthier, and you know, they're looking for some energy at the top of the order when he used to be that quality leadoff guy, steal bases.
Soft ground ball to Hudson, and Damon is safe. The throw pulls Clark off the bag. And that's a 2-time Gold Glover who made that play. Rushed the throw. He had a little more time than he thought.
And you can see he's saying that's my bad. You won't see this every day. A nice scoop right here. He comes up and he just maybe doesn't get a good grip on the ball, but it sails. And if it sails away from Tony Clark, then you know it's a high throw. But this is a play you just expect Orlando Hudson to make, and it just got away from him. take a look at these healthy legs with Johnny Damon. You know, even an infield single here, it won't be a single, probably an error, but he's chugging pretty good now. Giving this Yankee lineup a lot of energy, a lot of life at the top of the order.
And it is scored in E4, and rightfully so. Damon, by the way, said he's ready to play first base, and when the Yankees go to the National League Cities, in order to keep his bat in the lineup, he will probably be playing first base. Throw over, and he's back. Because there's no DH in the National League Cities, so the Yankees will be playing in Colorado and San Francisco next week.
That's going to be interesting to pay attention to. You know, watching Gary Sheffield try and do it last year, a converted infielder who turned into an outfielder, and it just didn't go well. See how that transition is going to play out.
Pretty good teacher there in Don Mattingly, one of the greatest first basemen of all time. But Mattingly also taught Sheffield. It didn't work out. And I think that shocked Mattingly, because Mattingly really felt that Sheffield was going to be able to do the job with no problem at first base. But I just don't think Gary was that into it.
I think he was into it to get into that lineup, you know, make a run at the postseason and all that stuff. But, you know, in a perfect situation, you would do it in spring training. Right. You'd have 6 weeks down there. The games aren't as pressure-packed, and you'd be able to get a comfort level over there. And unfortunately for Gary, he was thrown right into it. And, you know, with Johnny Damon, it's going to be the same situation. There's really no room for error over there with the way this Yankee club has played early on. You're trying to make up ground here. So, you know, it'll just be one of those things that'll be fun to watch.
2-0. 3-0. Yeah, Sheffield had 10 games to get ready for the playoffs. And a lot of people point to that and say that could be the reason the Yankees were so sluggish offensively. All of a sudden, Melky Cabrera was out of the lineup, and they changed things around, and, you know, they lost to the Tigers in 4 games. 3-0. There's a strike.
The one thing we've seen from Webb early on, he's got the good sink on the fastball, but his velocity is usually a tick higher than it is tonight. Tonight in the upper 80s. Usually he's a low 90s guy. And the difference between him and Chien-Ming Wang, he has a power curveball, and that's a strikeout pitch for him.
Runner goes. Hit and run was on. Beautifully executed. Jeter grounds one through the vacated hole. And that's something that the Yankees have been doing more and more, especially over the last 2 weeks. Starting runners, opening up holes, and instead of a 6-4-3 double play, it's first and third, nobody out.
When you get into a hitter's count 3-1, you know you're going to get a good pitch to hit. And Derek Jeter just hits a nice ground ball to shortstop. And with Drew covering, he vacates his position. See him go right there. It's just a routine ground ball to shortstop, placed perfectly. And from a hitter's standpoint, you don't think that he would be able to handle the bat that well, that he would direct it towards a shortstop. But with Derek Jeter, you never know. I mean, he has that kind of ability. Just perfectly executed.
Well, the Yankees in solid shape right now. First and third, nobody out. And here's Abreu. He has reached base safely in each of his last 8 plate appearances. 4 singles, a double, a triple, and 2 walks. He has a 10-game hitting streak, during which time he's 19 for 38, and he also has 10 walks during that streak. So in 48 plate appearances, he's been on base 29 times. In stark contrast to the first 2 months of the season. Seeing the ball better, letting it travel deeper into the zone, taking pitches. The 0-1 not made as Webb fakes to first.
It's funny you bring that up. He's taking pitches, he's seeing the ball longer, and that all goes back to his mechanics. When you're not sliding in the box, your head isn't moving as much, and you can track the ball better, and there is the better counts.
Deep to right. There it goes. See ya. A long 3-run home run for Bobby Abreu. And the Yankees have jumped out to a 3-0 lead.
Bobby Abreu and you have 4 hits on Sunday, you don't want Monday off. But you know what? You come back on Tuesday, your first at bat, you get a 1-0 fastball. He's looking to get the ball in the air to, at worst case, hit a sacrifice fly, and he drives this ball out of right center field. That's a long home run. right there. But obviously, Bobby Abreu seeing the ball better, more under control at the plate. An 11-game hitting streak and a 3-0 lead for the Yankees.
And he put it into the old Yankee bullpen in right field. And as John mentioned, now an 11-game hitting streak. And that's his second career home run of Brandon Webb. There's a breaking ball strike. 0-2. A-Rod's numbers, outstanding. 24 homers, 63 ribbies, both of them leading the big leagues. And Alex won the American League Player of the Week award for the second time this year, and he shares it this week with Gary Sheffield of the Tigers, so co-winners.
Good sign for the Yankees. You know, you get a break when Orlando Hudson makes an error, and you know that's what good teams do. They make you pay for the mistakes. There's no let up in this lineup, and Brandon Webb is going to find that out quickly.
But the Yankees have won 6 in a row, and here in the first inning jump out to a 3-0 lead. The 0-2. Swung on and missed, and A-Rod down on strikes, 1 away. And that'll bring up Jorge Posada. .358 batting average, behind Maglio Ordonez for second in the American League. And the count 1-0. Brian Price, the pitching coach, sitting next to Bob Melvin. They were both together in Seattle. There's a ground ball grab by Reynolds. Nice play. Does a 360. And only the height of Tony Clark saved another error for the Diamondbacks. Well, we've seen some of the faces. Let's put all the names on your scorebook. You've got Burns, Young, and Quinton left to right in the outfield. Mark Reynolds is at third. Stephen Drew at short. Orlando Hudson, who's won 2 consecutive Gold Gloves, one in the American League, one in the National League. He's at second. Tony Clark at first, and Chris Snyder behind the plate. Take a look at Reynolds doing the 360. It's Clark, 6'7".
He's 6'7". With the bag, he probably got up to about 6'9", 6'10".
He is one of baseball's noblemen. I don't think anyone who has ever played on the same team as Tony Clark didn't like him, respect him, look up to him.
He was one of the ex-teammates I sought out today, Michael, in the clubhouse. Wanted to make sure I got here a little bit early to get a chance to sit down with Tony Clark and talk to him about his family and everything and how his year's going. But like you said, just one of the pros in the game, handles himself the right way on the field and off the field, an outstanding teammate, and a good veteran player for this young team.
Count 1-2 on Matsui, who's celebrating a birthday today. He is 33 years old. And Bobby Abreu just trying to explain why it's all turned. Smiling a lot more than he had been. The 1-2. Strike 3. Not a good birthday present there from Brandon Webb. But the Yankees give Chien-Ming Wang a present. 3 first-inning runs. All on this one swing. A long home run for Abreu. He now has an 11-game hitting streak. And the Yankees. We go to the second inning here at Yankee Stadium. Tony Clark will lead off. We told you that Tony was a member of the Yankees. Let's look back at that trip to Japan. He hit one of the monster home runs of all time. He knocked out lights on their scoreboard. Now, I think it cost the $5,000 to fix the lights that he just completely destroyed with that blast. Look at that.
I don't even remember that, Michael. I was so jet lagged, I think, at that point when he hit that home run.
That was a long trip. Count 1-1.
And Tony's not an everyday player on this Diamondback team. You know, Bob Melvin tries to find some matchups that he thinks are going to work out well, and Tony's more of a low ball hitter that would fit right into Chien-Ming Wang's strength being the sinker baller.
When that's the case, John, do you ever move away from your pitcher's strength if you know it's the hitter's strength?
You know what, Chien-Ming, he has the ability to ride a four-seamer up in the zone, but I think what you would rather have him do is, if Tony Clark is a low ball hitter, just throw it lower than low. You know, not a low strike. You throw it out of the strike zone and see if you can get him to chase. But you never want to go away from your strengths.
And Clark laces one to left. Matsui got a good jump. And there's one away. Chien-Ming Wang still doesn't look like he's got his stuff yet. And we've seen a couple of fly balls, which is unusual. He struggled in the first inning, but so far leading 3-0. Tonight's closed captioning is brought to you by Lexus, your New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut Lexus dealer. There's Mark Reynolds. He has 2 hits in his last 20 at bats, still hitting .318 though. And there's a strike.
Well, he got off to a great start when he got called up here, and Bob Melvin was saying, you know, coincidentally, when he was swinging the bat well in the middle of their lineup, they were scoring a lot more runs. And, you know, since he's cooled off, the run production for this ball club has gone down. So he's a guy they want to see get going again.
You can see that the Diamondbacks have changed the way they used to do business. They have a new ownership group, and the previous ownership group, they spent a lot of money on veteran free agents, and there's a lot of backloaded money, and they have a lot of future debt, and they're still paying some of that off. They decided to go with the young kids, and they've had a nice run of developing young players in their system.
Well, it's a bonus too. You're developing young players, but you're also tied at the top of your division, which, you know, is one of those things. Have these kids realized exactly where they're at right now, or are they going to realize that maybe in July when the pennant race heats up? But you know what? They've made a commitment to the young players. They're going to stick with them. And Kevin Seitzer, their hitting instructor, was telling me they really have some exciting young hitting prospects.
Line drive, base hit to center field for Mark Reynolds.
And Mark Reynolds is one of those exciting prospects. I mean, he hit 31 home runs in the minor leagues last year. He came up this year and got off to a red-hot start. They feel like he could be a middle-of-the-lineup guy with some power there. The sinker down and in. You know, the open stance, and he closes up and just drives it right back up the middle. It's also one of those games, Michael, that, you know, you're Chien-Ming Wang and Jorge Posada. You don't know a lot of these hitters, so you're really trying to get a look at them your first time through the batting order. You rely a lot on your advanced scouts and the reports that they send in. There's Kevin Seitzer, the hitting instructor, first year.
And the 3rd youngest team average age-wise in the bigs. And we talked about the way the Diamondbacks used to do business, and they came into the big leagues same time as the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. And the Devil Rays did it the complete opposite way, and they're still struggling, and they've never reached the playoffs. And in their 2nd year, the Diamondbacks won the West. Then they won the World Series in 2001. And that's the quickest expansion championship ever. So you gave me that look when I started talking about Tampa Bay. You thought I was going to take a shot, right?
I did.
Well, that's not me.
I would have taken a shot.
Not me. You're a former Devil Ray, and I have respect for you.
5 years. 5 long years, Michael.
You did well there, though.
Well, personally, but it's tough going to the ballpark every day knowing you were going to lose and you didn't really have a chance to win.
But then you moved to the Yankees, and it all changed.
Life became very, very nice. In front of 55,000 people every night. It was, you know, and the expectations that you walk out on the field, you're expected to win. That was a refreshing change after spending 5 years in Tampa. And you wonder if it's ever going to click there. I mean, it just hasn't worked yet.
And Clinton goes down on strikes, 2 away.
You said, Michael, he doesn't look fresh early or locked in early. This is what we're used to seeing, that good movement down and in. Quentin just swings right over the top of it. Another good-looking prospect for the Diamondbacks who's gotten off to kind of a slow start.
Here's Chris Snyder.
Chris Snyder should have a good night tonight when we talked about it in our scouting report. Number 9 hitters hitting .458 off of Chien-Ming Wang. Chris has kind of gotten off to a slow start. He's known more as a defensive catcher, works very well with the pitching staff, throws well. The offense is taking a little time to come around.
And that has to be, I mean, we joke about it, it's got to be a statistical blip because he's not letting down on the number 9 hitter in the American League. 11 for 24. (3-0) Yankees on Bobby Abreu's first inning 3-run shot. Yankees looking for their 7th win in a row. Tap slowly toward Robinson Cano. He'll take the out at first, and that will do it here in the second. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We go to the bottom of the second inning in the stadium. It's 3-0 Yanks. Stadium, obviously 2001, September 11th, the world changed, and President George Bush came out to throw out the first pitch. Threw a strike to Todd Green, and the backstory to that is he was warming up near the Yankee clubhouse, and Jeter walked by and said, "You better throw a strike." Now, what we didn't know, and we found out later, he was wearing body armor up to his neck, and still was able to throw a strike. Pitch to Cano. I'll tell you, John, that night was one of the most joyless nights I've ever spent in the ballpark. The tension here was palpable. It took so long for everybody to get in because of the high security, and you're just waiting for something awful to happen. And it was just a terrible, terrible night. But that was an exhilarating moment. It was almost like America's statement to the world. We're okay. The president comes out and deals a strike. Well, there's 1 away here in the second.
I know I was glued to the TV back in Tampa watching that. I think the whole country was, obviously. What did Jeet say? If you don't throw a strike, they're going to boo you?
Yeah, better throw a strike.
Do it right down the middle.
And he was going to pitch from in front of the rubber, and he said, "No, I better go from the rubber." There's a strike.
Putting myself in Todd Green's shoes right there.
He said it was one of the greatest throws of his life, if not the greatest.
Well, I would think it would be stressful, too. The President of the United States, if he throws a bad pitch, you got to pick it.
Grounded to Cabrera, and Cabrera almost hit himself with the bat. He flipped the bat in the air, and it almost came down on his head, 2 away. That was very odd. I've never seen him do that, John.
Take a look right here. He's not happy, obviously. Flicks it. You know what that is? That's that pine tar, that Moda stick that sticks to your batting glove, and you think you're getting rid of the glove, and it kind of grabs on you right here. I just hope you get out of the way. Add insult to injury, ground ball to second base, and then you get clocked on the head. And the captain picks up on everything, Michael.
And he's going to let him hear about it. There's a strike. I think Jeter's exact quote to President Bush was, "Don't bounce it, they'll boo you." 1-1 on Cairo. There, it's going to start now.
Oh, yeah. And it won't end for a while, by the way. That'll be remembered for a long time.
Grounded softly foul. Now everybody's coming down to the end of the dugout to give it to him. And Jeter has that way that he could just tilt his head and look at you, and you know exactly that you're getting mocked. And the count 2-2.
The guy does not miss anything, Derek Jeter. I walked into the stadium today. He was up in the booth. He was taking extra batting practice. And he yelled up, "Nice tie today, John," when I walked in. I mean, it's incredible.
You were up here.
I came up to the booth.
Right.
I took my jacket off, put my briefcase down, and he yelled up, "Nice tie, John." I was in the stadium 4 minutes.
He's right. It really wasn't. It is a nice tie.
Well, thank you. It's actually one of my favorites, and I guess Derek likes it as well. As he was taking extra batting practice, he was critiquing my attire today.
He makes that. Nice. Still 2-2. The fact that he even knew you were up here.
It's one of those things after an off day, a lot of the Yankees would take extra batting practice, and Derek was out there swinging extra and paid off for him in the first inning, another base hit.
And you got a compliment out of it.
I'll take it. You don't get too many from Derek, so when they come, you better take it.
Now, is that your choice, or did your wife choose that?
No, this was all me. This is a new suit today. It was the only tie that went with it.
Sweet.
So my choices were limited.
Line drive. Base hit to right field for Cairo.
A nice at bat from Miguel Cairo. Gets in the hole early, an 8-pitch at bat, and then finishes it off with a nice base hit to right field. And you know, it's just a nice piece of the puzzle for Joe Torre to find a spot to get him in the lineup, and he brings a little bit of energy, a little bit of life in that number 9 slot. And that's what successful teams have. They have a couple of pieces that really can fill the holes for you. Miguel Cairo doing a nice job right now.
Here's Johnny Damon. Started the first inning by reaching on an E4. A rare error by Orlando Hudson. Told you Brandon Webb won the Cy Young Award last year. Won 16 games, and I'm not denigrating 16 games, but no one had a super type of season as a pitcher in the National League, so that's why he was able to win it with good numbers and 16 wins. Johnny Damon tries Hudson again, but this time Hudson makes a throw. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 left. Now there was 1 error as Melky Cabrera couldn't get rid of the bat, almost hit himself in the head, and then he got it in the dugout, and he's going to kick. Time to take a look now at tomorrow's starters, and they're brought to you by Audi. Liban Hernandez, El Duque's brother, good ERA against Mike Messina, coming off a very good start. Coverage begins at 6 on Yes with the batting practice show. Game time right around 7:07. We go to the 3rd inning. It's 3-0 Yanks. And Chris Young swings and misses 0-1. There's Liban. Honda scoreboard, it's 3-0 Yankees. 3-3-0, beating 0-3-1. Grounded to 3rd, deep. A-Rod fields, fires, got him. 1 away. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Ford. Mostly interleague action except for the Mets and the Dodgers. Washington leads Baltimore 7-3, top of the 6th. Boston over Colorado 1-0 in the bottom of the 7th at Fenway. Philadelphia beating the White Sox 7-2, bottom of the 5th. And Pittsburgh on top of Texas 6-2, bottom of the 6th inning. Detroit 4, Milwaukee 0 in the bottom of the 7th. Cleveland and Florida scoreless, bottom of the 7th. The Angels and the Reds are tied at 3 in the bottom of the 5th. Kansas City 5, St. Louis 0 in the bottom of the 2nd. Got Alex centered, got himself a picture. Pitch to Stephen Drew as a strike. They say Stephen Drew is a lot different than his brother. His brother's very laid back, doesn't have much emotion, and Stephen Drew does show some emotion, some fire out there. Oh, what a play by Cairo. 2 away, taking a base hit away from Drew. 9 Gold Gloves, nods in approval.
When you're an infielder and utility player, it's all about instincts. It's all about jumps. Miguel Cairo gets a good jump off of the bat right there. Whether you're playing first base, second base, short, or third, it's all about reactions. Lays out right there as a good at bat and a base hit, and then another great play in the field. Miguel Cairo giving a nice spark to the Yankee ball club.
Here's Orlando Hudson. You know, we told you that Detroit score. Just want to give you more information on that. Verlander's throwing a no-hitter through 7. So we will keep you up to date as that moves along. Detroit leading Milwaukee 4-0. Grounded right back to Chien-Ming Wang. And the Yankee righty gets himself a 1-2-3 inning. He's retired the last 5 in a row. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning here at a Yankee Stadium. Cairo makes it a 1-2-3 inning by taking a base hit away from Drew. It's 3-0 Yankees heading to the bottom of the 3rd. On the Honda scoreboard, Yankees lead 3-0 as we go to the bottom of the 3rd. Jeter, Abreu, and A-Rod against Webb. Grounded foul. Jeter singled to left in the 1st inning, and that extended his hitting streak to 7 straight. He's had a 20-game hitting streak this year, 19, and now 7. Count 1-1.
Perfectly executed hit and run in the 1st inning, and it's one of those things when you stand behind the batting cage. He actually has Kevin Long, the hitting instructor, yell out situations. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. And Derek just reacts to the situation as the pitch is coming. There's Kevin Long, the hitting instructor, and you know, it's just one of those things during batting practice. You work on the little things, the hit and runs, the getting runners over, the hitting of the sac fly, situational hitting, so that when it comes up in the game, you're prepared, you're ready to go, and it just happens.
And the 1-2. Driven to deep left field. Backing up Burns. He's there. 1 away. Tonight after the game, keep it right here from My 9 News with Brenda Blackman, Harry Martin, and the Emmy Award-winning I-Team as they uncover stories that matter to you. Plus sports with Russ Salzberg. Catch all the highlights of tonight's game and sports action from around the country. My 9 News tonight after the game. You could usually catch My 9 News at 10 o'clock, but because of the rain delay at the start of the game, it will immediately follow this game. Bobby Abreu with a home run in the 1st inning. He's now reached base safely in his last 9 plate appearances. Well, this is a tough game to judge, though, John, because the way he looked in the first 2 months, you actually talk to baseball people, and some people say he's done. He's finished. He just can't do it anymore. And then, boom, here it is, and he's pushing the average up close to 300. How do you even figure this game out?
You know what, the people who say that somebody's done, you have to be careful, because you're never as bad as you look when you're going at your worst, and you're never as good as you look when you're going at your best. And you know, there's a track record for Bobby Abreu. It didn't look good, but he just kept working and working, and now it's turned around. And you know, you got a good over half of a season to do some damage. So you know, this 1st inning, the 1st at bat, he gets a fastball middle of the plate. He's looking to pull the ball anyway with Derek Jeter on 1st base, and he just gets it elevated. But right now things have just slowed down for him, and now he's trying to play a little catch up and put some numbers up there, and the Yankees are happy he's doing it.
I guess the one variable that you throw in there, though, John, at some point you're on the downside of your career. So people are always trying to be ahead of the curve. Now he's done. All right, now we got him. He's done now. And I guess he wasn't done.
And you know what, being a player who retired at 38, you feel at times like, you know what, I've lost it. My bat speed is gone, or I've lost velocity on a fastball.
Inside out's the ball toward Reynolds. 2 away.
And it's a mind game that you play with yourself, but usually it's a mechanical issue. There's something happening at the plate mechanically that's causing you to slow down, and it looks like you've lost bat speed, but all of a sudden when you get it figured out and things happen, and, you know, Kevin Long said it perfectly today. I said, what's going on with Bobby? He said, well, he's a confident player right now. You know, everything is falling into place, and now he knows he's going to have good at bats, and the results speak for themselves.
And it seems the longer you're around this game, you realize that it's much more mental than it is physical. Boy, if a guy feels good about himself and thinks he's going to get a hit, he's probably going to get one. And then if you're feeling for it, you're wondering and you're hoping, you can't hope to get a hit, you hit.
Well, just what you're talking about, you're thinking about things you shouldn't be thinking about. When you get in that batter's box, the only thing you should be thinking about is the ball. And obviously, it's a lot easier said than done. Usually you're thinking mechanics, or am I ever going to get a hit again? Usually doesn't work out.
Along with John Flaherty, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on My 9. We're in the bottom of the third, 2 outs, nobody on. And on the strength of a 3-run Bobby Abreu home run in the first inning off Webb, the Yankees lead 3-0. First game of a 3-game set. Count 2-1.
Even though Brandon Webb's velocity isn't where it usually is, he still has that good sink on that fastball. You saw it right there that Alex fouled off. Good movement down in the zone. Seems like he's settled down a little bit after that first inning. Usually when you get a good pitcher's matchup like this, Michael, it takes 1 inning or 1 at bat. And that usually sometimes decides the ball game.
Grounded to short. Steven Drew. And that'll do it. So 1-2-3 inning for Webb. He's retired 4 in a row. And we have 3 in the books here at the stadium. Yankees up 3-0 on My 9. Hey, it's time for the Dodge trivia question. Dodge, you can take life as it comes or you can grab life by the horns. 12 years ago today, Alex Rodriguez hit his first major league home run. Now, who did he hit it off of? Now, in that game, he played for the Mariners and he batted 9th. And that's all I'm going to tell you. Maybe I'll give another clue. The guy he hit it off of, a former Yankee. That's it. That's all I'm telling you. And it was at the Kingdom. Pitch to Eric Burns is low 1-0. Now, it was not against the Yankees, though. That's where it gets complicated. And the 1-0. There's a strike. Yankees have won 17 of their last 18 interleague series here at Yankee Stadium. Grounded to Jeter. And a great swipe tag by Cairo. He's done it twice, once on an A-Rod hot shot over the weekend, and that time he saves Jeter an error.
When Eric Burns runs down to first base, if you're Derek Jeter, you know you have to get rid of this ball. He's not going to take his time. He's going to force you to make a good throw. Miguel Cairo, nice play coming off the bag. Looks very comfortable over there at first base. We've talked a lot about him tonight already. The nice line drive play in here, moving well around the bag. But
That's such a dangerous play.
It's a tough play. Eric Burns, he kind of forces that play the way he runs down the line. He forces some bad throws because of his hustle.
I mean, there's baseball horror stories about breaking your arm, making that tag at first. Now, here's Eric Burns just kicking it down the first, but he almost got it in the face.
And that's all out right there.
It's a Chad Tracy as well. Now the Diamondbacks have struggled at interleague play. They've lost 18 of their last 25. And that dates back to June 15th of 2005. Drilled deep to right field. Yankees 3, Diamondbacks 1. A long home run for Chad Tracy. He turned around a Chien-Ming Wang pitch and put it into the short porch and right.
The ball gets thrown back onto the playing surface. Chad Tracy just coming off the disabled list. He gets a fastball in that spot that left-handers like it, down and in. So Jorge Posada's glove was elevated a little bit. This ball just falls down and in. Chad Tracy drops ahead of the bat. Like you said, Michael, a long home run. And a few mistakes Chien-Ming Wang has made tonight.
There's Tony Clark. Chien-Ming Wang takes something off that pitch, 0-1.
Take a look at the location. You see Jorge setting up inside. It just falls down and in. That sweet spot for the lefties.
Played with the Yankees in 03 and 04. And in 04 he hit 221, 16 homers, 49 ribbies in 106 games. And you just figured, well, he's a 220 hitter, and then boom, he goes to the National League and he hits over 300 with the Diamondbacks and had a great season, got himself signed to a fairly big money deal. Dribbled slowly in front of the plate. Posada makes the call. And there's 2 away.
But after the home run to Tracy, Chien-Ming Wang comes back with a good sinking fastball. Jorge Posada knows the runner, and Tony Clark doesn't run real well. Plenty of time to make that play. See Tony out in front a little bit off the end of the bat. Just beats it right down into the ground. And, you know, Tony, a big man, doesn't run real well. Jorge just makes sure, takes his time, makes a good, strong throw. Tony told me today if he couldn't be with the Yankees, there's no better place than being in Arizona. His family lives there. His home is there. He's happy to be a Diamondback.
He liked it here, right?
He didn't like it. He loved it here. I mean, he thrived off of the energy of the crowd and being an extra guy for most of that season. And he got some action later on in the year when Jason got hurt. But he really rallied the troops in that dugout, made sure the extra guys were ready to go. Bubba Crosby, myself, great team.
Count 1-1 to Reynolds. Had a sharp signal to center field in the 2nd inning. High fly ball, left field. Matsui is there, and that'll do it. But the Diamondbacks get on the board. Chad Tracy connects for a home run. It's the first home run that Chien-Ming Wang has allowed since May 5th against Seattle. And it translates into Yankees 3, Diamondbacks 1. Let's take a look at the answer to the Dodge trivia question. Who did Alex Rodriguez hit his first major league home run off of 12 years ago? And the answer is Flash, Tom Gordon with the Royals. Now Tom, the closer for the Phillies. He's been hurt most of the year. And there's a strike to Posada. 3-1 Yankees lead. Posada grounded to 3rd in the 1st, so he's 0 for 1. Since the Abreu home run, Webb has retired 9 of 10 batters. Only a Cairo single has kept him from being perfect. The 1-1. Really pulled the string on that one, 1-2.
And that's the difference between Chien-Ming Wang and Brandon Webb right here. A changeup, looks like a sinker. He takes something off. It's got a sharp curveball, and hence he's got more strikeouts than Chien-Ming Wang. He's not just a sinker baller. He can be a strikeout guy.
Grounded to Hudson. 1 away. Let's take a look at A-Rod's first home run. It was in the Kingdome. Somewhat slender Tom Gordon. And a teenage Alex Rodriguez.
That was no cheapie right there either. That's a bomb. It's one of the great places to hit, the Kingdome. The ball really carried well there.
Our colleague Ken Singleton still gets emotional talking about it, how much he liked it, and starts to tear up. Pitch to Matsui, 1-0. Well, when they got out of the Kingdome and moved into the Safeco field, Griffey wanted out, A-Rod wanted out. It was a different place to hit. Ground ball up the middle. Hudson makes a dive, gets to his feet, fires, not in time. Matsui hustling out of the box on his 33rd birthday, gets an infield single. How many second basemen would have gotten to that ball?
No, you're exactly right. The range to his right is outstanding. There's a reason why he's a 2-time Gold Glover, and gets up, makes a quick throw to his feet. Hideki Matsui just hustling down the line the whole way. Nice play, quickly to his feet, good strong throw. Just can't beat the hustling Hideki Matsui. But you're right, Michael, a lot of second basemen don't even get close to this ball. Orlando Hudson makes you earn it by running down the line.
Here's Robinson Cano. Fouled off his foot.
You think it's a hit right out of the box, and then you see a great play, and you start kicking it in a little bit. Good hustle. He's able to beat it out.
Ground ball right back to Webb. He doesn't know where the ball is. He finally finds it, bobbles it, and loses everybody. And Brandon Webb, he is used to fielding ground balls. He gets 3.7 fielding chances per 9 innings, more than anybody in any pitcher in baseball.
Well, you have to be kicking yourself. You got a chance to have an inning-ending double play and at least get one out. And the next thing you know, Robinson Cano hustling down the line. You see the ball off of Webb's glove. He spins around. He doesn't know where it is. It gets caught up in his feet. And by the time he goes down to grab it, he doesn't get a good grip. Robinson Cano makes him pay for it. And this is what the Yankees did in the first inning. They got a break. Orlando Hudson made a mistake, made an error. They capitalized on it. We'll see if Melky Cabrera could do the same here in the fourth.
Brandon Webb gets charged with an error. Let's see if that's a double play. There's one. And there's two. They turned it quickly, so they pick up Webb after the error. A 4-6-3 double play turned neatly by Hudson, Drew, and then Clark. We played 4 at the stadium. Yankees 3, Diamondbacks 1. We go to the 5th inning. Yankees lead 3-1. Quinton against Chien-Ming Wang. We're told now that Verlander, is this right, got the no-hitter against Milwaukee. So he just completed the no-hitter. Justin Verlander, one of the great young pitchers in baseball, shuts down a very good offensive lineup in the Brewers. Weeks, Fielder, those guys can hit. Hardy. That's a pretty good accomplishment.
It's a good accomplishment against any team, especially the Brewers. Like you said, those good young hitters, good power hitters, Prince Fielder. Verlander's got good stuff, a good fastball, hard slider. Detroit playing good baseball.
Kind of shell-shocked the Mets there over the weekend. And there it is. Walked 4, struck out 12. Tigers' first no-hitter since Jack Morris back in 1984. Tigers can win some games when they stay out of their bullpen. Their bullpen, which was a strength last year, has really been a problem this season, especially without Joel Zumaya. The Sim scoreboard has the Yankees leading 3-1 over Arizona.
Well, Michael, I talked about it a little bit before. You know, you play a team like the Diamondbacks, you haven't seen a whole lot of these hitters. They're young hitters, and you kind of pay attention early to what their stance looks like. You know, do they have hand movement? And if you watch Quinton here, he's got a lot of hand movement with his bat. You know, and from a catcher standpoint, it would tell you there's probably a lot of room inside. But you're trying to figure out these guys on the fly. It's not the easiest thing to do.
Grounded to third. Stayed down, but A-Rod stayed down with it, and there's one away. Hey, tomorrow night on the Yes Network, the Yankees take on the Diamondbacks in another interleague matchup. Coverage starts at 6 with batting practice today and the pregame, followed by all the play-by-play from first pitch on. Then stay tuned after the postgame show for another episode of Yes's Ultimate Road Trip. It's a great night of programming tomorrow starting at 6 only on Yes. Here's Chris Snyder. Now, with all the teams that you played for, you had different scouting reports, different advanced scouts. How on the money were they when you were playing a team and a player that you didn't know, and all you had was what was on paper, what they have there? How valuable was it, or did you just disregard it?
Oh, no. You definitely paid attention. What you wanted to do was get a mental image of where you could go against certain hitters that you just don't know. And a lot of these young hitters, Posada doesn't know. So, you know, that first time around is really important to remember the advanced reports, but also pay attention to what you see from these hitters. You know, and a guy like Snyder, right away you would look at his size, 6'3", 230, long arms. He's a big guy. And your first thought is, I'm going to go inside and see if he can handle the ball in, because he probably gets tied up in there. But, you know, you pay attention to those advanced scouts to kind of lead you in the right direction.
Now, was the advanced scouting ever completely wrong on a guy?
Oh, no, because, just think about it, Michael. What's the easiest way to get people out? Up and in, down and away.
Right.
So, you know what, a lot of times the advanced scouts would be a little bit generic, a little bit vague. You could pitch them up and in, slow stuff down and away. But the good advanced scouts would really give you detailed stuff. 2-0, they're looking for this. They get 2 strikes, they're looking for that. You see those binders there filled up with all the reports. From a catching standpoint, you really just want to make it simple. Get an idea of where you want to go, where you could go with your fastball to get an out, and then kind of the rest of it, you do it on the fly.
I remember when Mariano Rivera first came up, he was a starter, and the Yankees played the White Sox. And the advanced scouting report that the White Sox had on Mariano Rivera was that he threw the changeup, fastball topped out at 88. This was before he had the cutter. Now, that's what Mariano Rivera was when their minor league guy scouted him. But overnight one night, Mariano started throwing 97 miles an hour. And the White Sox were coming back to the dugout, and they were cursing. Where's this change? Where's this 88? And he shut him down as Jeter runs down that pop-up for the final out of the 1-2-3 5th. We're halfway through the end of 4 1/2, 3-1 Yanks. Yankees baseball on My 9 is brought to you in part by Verizon Fios. Make the switch to Verizon Fios. The new release, 1408 in theaters February or Friday, June 22nd. And by Lexus, your New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut Lexus dealer. Miguel Cairo leads off against Brandon Webb, and there's a strike, 0-1. Yankees lead 3-1 on the strength of a Bobby Abreu home run. On the Sim scoreboard, 3-4-0, beating 1-4-2. Count 1-1. It'll be Cairo, Damon, and Jeter. 9-1-2. Cairo with a single through the right side in the second inning. Grounded left side. Picked there by Reynolds. There's one away. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. Today is Bucket Hat Day at the stadium. That little guy on the right with his bucket hat. There's Johnny Damon. He's 0 for 2. And a strike.
Get the feeling in this ball game like Webb has kind of caught a second wind right now. If you're the Yankees, you'd love to add on a little bit, take the wind out of his sails. With Wang throwing the ball as well as he is, you just try and separate yourself a little bit and kind of, a lot of these young hitters or these young players, they're excited to be in Yankee Stadium. You keep them in this ball game, they're going to find a way to battle back later on and make it interesting.
It always seems like the Yankees have an advantage against young teams that come in here for the first time. And the one time that Joe Torre points out, 1998 World Series, the Padres came in, and the first thing they did when they got to the ballpark was march out to Monument Park, and they just stared. And Torre goes, I kind of thought we had them.
Even in batting practice today, a lot of the Diamondback players came out early. They were watching the Yankees hit and kind of taking in the whole atmosphere. But at the 5th inning of this game, it's probably gone now. They're competing, trying to win this ball game. Fly
ball, left field. There's 2 away, and I think I'm not saying that that's the reason that the Pirates played poorly, but guys that are used to playing in front of 19,000 fans a game, 3 straight sellout crowds, and the Pirates just looked lost over the weekend. They did everything wrong. Baseball fundamentals went out the window. It really was startling. And, you try to explain it some way. Maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe they were just overwhelmed.
And this is kind of what we expected from this ball game with the 2 pitchers. One swing of the bat from Bobby Abreu, you get 3 runs. That wasn't expected, but you expected it to be a pitcher's duel, low-scoring game, a lot of ground balls, and it's been as advertised except for the 1 swing from Bobby Abreu.
Here's Derek Jeter. And the count 1-0.
Those really good Yankee teams, Michael, in the late 90s, they would kind of bury you in the middle of the ball game. You kind of have some add-on innings, and I remember being with Tampa Bay, a young team. It just deflated you. You felt like you weren't going to be able to make a run late in the ball game because of it.
And what they do so well is they usually can knock out the starter in the middle of innings and then get to the underbelly of the bullpen, which are the weaker pitchers on your pitching staff, and they would just pile on. But Webb is hanging in there. This will be his 70th pitch. count 2-1.
Bob Melvin, the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, was very honest with me today. He said, you know what, our formula for success, starting pitching, and then Tony Pena in the 7th, Brandon Lyon in the 8th, and then Valverde, the closer, in the 9th. He said if we have to go to some of the other guys, usually we're in trouble.
And that's the Diamondbacks' Tony Pena. The Yankees' Tony Pena is at first base. So there's 3 Tony Penas in baseball. Royal shortstop, Diamondback reliever, Yankee first base coach. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Jeter down on strikes, and that will do it. Yankees go down 1-2-3 here in the 5th, and we go to the 6th. It's 3-1. Yankees leading Arizona. Oh, that's sweet. The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Jeep. 7-3, Washington over Baltimore. Boston leading Colorado 2-1. That's in the top of the 9th. Philadelphia 7, White Sox 2, top of the 8th, and Pittsburgh 7, Texas 2, top of the 8th. Give you some more scores as we move along there. Detroit beat Milwaukee 4-0. Justin Verlander, a no-hitter. Florida over Cleveland 3-0. That's the final. Bottom of the 7th, and the Angels and the Reds are tied at 3. And Kansas City leads St. Louis 8-0. Bottom of the 4th. Tough year for the Cardinals, defending World Series champions. Stephen Drew ran the hands up the bunt. Took a pitch outside, 1-0. Along with John Flaherty, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on My 9. Yankees lead Arizona 3-1. First game of a 3-game set. We thank you for joining us on this Tuesday evening. Just a personal appeal from me here in the 6th inning, if you will indulge me for a moment. I was chosen as a spokesman for the Alzheimer's Association in Westchester. Today is Alzheimer's Awareness Day all around the country, so you might see people wearing purple. I have on a purple wristband as well, just to bring some notice to the disease, an insidious disease that took my mom last year. And just a couple of things. It's the 7th leading cause of death in the U.S. Every 72 seconds in this country, somebody is going to develop Alzheimer's disease. And it could, in 25 years, literally bankrupt Medicare. So we need a cure. We have to find a cure. We need funding to get a cure. And visit www.actionalz.org to find out more about it and see what you can do about it. It's just awful. It is just the worst disease that you could actually imagine. And with the baby boomers living longer, a lot of people are going to get it. The longer people live, you get into your 80s, and they used to call it hardening of the arteries or being senile, but now they know what it is. It's Alzheimer's disease. And look into it. Again, it's www.actionalz.org. So we thank you for listening to that. Here's the 2-2 to Drew inside, 3-2. Three 4-0 for the Yankees, 1-4-2 for Arizona. 72 pitches for Chien-Ming Wang, 48 strikes. Drew is 0 for 2. And Wang deals the 3-2. Line drive right at Cairo. He keeps trying Cairo. Last time Cairo had to make a great play. That time it was lined right at him. This is a tough game. You hit the ball that hard, you get nothing for it.
Miguel Cairo just seems to be in the right place at the right time tonight, making great plays, making a routine play right here. Line drive hit right at him. Chien-Ming Wang with the 3-1 lead with a hitter like Drew, who doesn't have a whole lot of power, challenging him on the 3-2 count, and it worked out for him.
Here's Orlando Hudson. Pitch is high, 1-0.
Michael, I had the opportunity to visit an old teammate of mine. Kirk Gibson is the bench coach for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and you know, my first thought when I met him today, he's outstanding at picking up pitches if the pitcher is tipping. There's Kirk right there, the bench coach for the Diamondbacks, and it really doesn't much matter if he picks up anything with Chien-Ming Wang. You know he's going to throw that sinker, so it's actually not a problem tonight for him.
He must be an intense bench coach.
You know what? He is a football player who played baseball. I mean, a football player's mentality. But they have actually said he's mellowed out on the bench now. You know, he works well with the young players and gives them a winning attitude, but he could pick up anything that a pitcher did with his glove or the way he tilted his wrist when he gripped the baseball. Outstanding at that.
The 2-0. There's a strike. He served a similar role with the Tigers under his former teammate Alan Trammell. Now Trammell, the bench coach for Lou Piniella with the Cubs.
Bob Melvin and Kirk Gibson had a little history in Detroit, played together for a little while, so they knew each other, and it's been a nice match for them.
So 2 batters this inning. Chien-Ming Wang has gone to 3 balls, so it's a 3-1 count on Hudson, and Eric Burns awaits on deck. Last time out, Chien-Ming Wang pitched the complete game. Pitching here in the 6th. Chopped right back to Wang. The basket catch. 2 away. Here's Burns hitting .378 so far in June. 14 for 37. Line into right center field. That is going to be a base hit. Dunks in front of Bobby Abreu. So Eric Burns picks up a 2-out single.
Burns, known as an aggressive hitter, first pitch swinger. He gets a first pitch fastball up in the zone. He doesn't hit it all that well. It runs in on his hands a little bit, gets jammed. Strong enough just to fight it off, and even on the base hit, he's chugging down the line pretty good. He's always hustling, a lot of energy. Really one of the only power threats on this team with his 9 home runs. This guy is all out all the time.
His nickname is Captain America.
About that from his Dominican Winter League days.
Chad Tracy with a solo home run in the 4th inning.
Talked about it before. Burns, he's led off this year. He's got a nice lead over there. Chien-Ming Wang pays attention, but he's led off. He's hitting cleanup tonight. And the Diamondbacks really desperately seeking a middle of the order power guy to be that go-to RBI guy. They just don't have it in their lineup right now. They're hoping maybe they get one later on in the year via trade.
Fouled the other way. Now, because Tracy hit the home run off the pitch low and inside, this time up, is Posada just going to totally avoid throwing the pitch anywhere in that zone?
Well, I wouldn't totally avoid it. I mean, at some point, I would like to run a ball up and in at his hands, which, you know, Chien-Ming Wang can do. But you just don't want to eliminate a spot because, you know, a good, experienced hitter will realize that and will just look out over the plate. But, you know, and in this situation where one swing in the back can tie the game up, I want him to hit the ball to the big part of the park, and that would be the other way.
Or you take a ground ball to first like that, and Cairo steps on the bag, and that will do it. He tried to pull an outside pitch. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We go to the bottom of the 6th, 3-1 Yanks. If this is his first Yankee game, very young. I don't think he's a season ticket holder at this point, but he's watching a pretty good game. Bottom of the 6th inning, Yankees lead the Diamondbacks 3-1. Interleague play has been All-American League, and that's nothing new. 51-35. They've out-hit them, they've out-homered them, they've out-pitched them, and the DH spot, well, the American League is built for a DH, 335, and the National League DH is 246. You know, we're all trying to find reasons, John. Why has the American League dominated? You see the Yankees winning this one 3-1. over the last couple of years. And maybe the answer is just simply obvious. The American League is a better league right now, and the teams are better than the National League teams. Do you think it goes any deeper than that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, obviously the American League is so offensive-minded. You're built around scoring runs. The National League teams are more pitching and defense. They say good pitching beats good hitting, but obviously not in this case. The American League hitters are doing some damage. The National League is taking it on the chin a little bit. But it's definitely a different style of baseball. I remember my time in San Diego. It was more pitching dominated. You pitch the ball the other way. You want contact. You have guys who can run the ball down, and this Diamondback club is built that way as well.
And also, when you would think that when the American League goes to the National League ballparks and they have the pitcher hit, that they'd be at a distinct disadvantage. Well, it doesn't seem like that. I think that the National League teams are at a distinct disadvantage when they have to use a DH, because they don't really have a DH on their bench. They've got pinch hitter types that maybe slap singles, whatever the case may be. They don't have that big bopper sitting on the bench, John. So when they have to have the DH in the lineup, their DH isn't as good as the American League's DH.
You're right, and you can see the numbers right there in interleague play. And the New York Yankees doing very well, 594. But the Diamondbacks are probably not the norm in that, Michael, because they have a guy like Tony Clark, who's usually a bench guy. He can go in there, kind of bomber.
Abreu works a walk. Last year, the only National League teams with winning records in interleague play, I believe, the Florida Marlins, and I knew this the other day. The Florida Marlins, I'm going to look at my...
The Florida Marlins would play the Tampa Bay Devil Rays 6 times, so obviously an advantage right there.
Florida and Colorado. That's right. You don't even think of the Devil Rays part. Alex Rodriguez with a slow ground ball to Hudson. And a good play by Abreu, making Hudson chase him down, and that allowed A-Rod to reach on the fielder's choice.
It's a good sinking fastball from Webb, but like you said, Michael, Orlando Hudson does a nice job of running Bobby Abreu back. If Bobby does a better job of making sure he doesn't make contact with him too early in order to get that double play. You're taught to freeze, run back, make the second baseman go to you. He buys just enough time where hustling Alex Rodriguez will be able to get to first base safely, stay out of the double play.
Now, another way that play is taught, I'm wondering how a runner decides what to do. That if he's standing there in your way, you just plow him into left field.
It's all about the timing of the play. If you're running and the ball gets to the same spot at the same time,
then hit him.
You just run right over him.
Okay.
But on a play like that where the timing wasn't that close, you're taught to stop, freeze, make the second baseman run to you, buys yourself a little bit of time, and then you pay attention. Is he going to tag me out, or is he going to throw to first base? If he throws to first, you hustle on down to second base.
And we saw that play in the Boston series. Mike Lowell did it, and he said that he was actually taught that in the Yankee organization. Nice play there by Tony Clark, saving Webb another error. And the guy who taught that is the Toronto third base coach, Brian Butterfield, who used to work with the Yankee minor leaguers on base running and infield play, and that's the way it was taught in the system. If that guy's in your way, you have every right to just plow him. A-Rod goes, and now he's going to get hung up. Tony Clark makes the tag. He either didn't get a good jump or the hit and run was on and Posada missed the pitch.
I have to believe it was a hit and run. You saw Alex Rodriguez. He wanted Larry Bowa to go through the signs again. You could see he doesn't get a great jump right there. And you give Webb a little bit of credit. A 1-0 count. He doesn't go in there with a fastball. He drops a curveball that Jorge Posada swings over the top. Good throw by Snyder. It looked like a hit and run that just, you got to tip your hat to Webb. He made a quality pitch and a hitter's count.
So that scored 1-6-3. A-Rod's out. And the 1-1. Driven out to left field and deep, backing up Burns. He has room, and he'll put it away for the final out of the 6th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. Let's take it to the 7th here at the stadium. Yankees 3, Diamondbacks 1. Don't forget to cast your vote now at my9ny.com for tonight's fan pick player of the game, brought to you by ChevyOffers.com. We go to the 7th inning here at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, and the Yankees lead the Diamondbacks 3-1. Big crowd here at the stadium. A well-pitched game. That's exactly as it was advertised. And sometimes you see great starters and it ends up being 9-8, but this is 3-1. Tony Clark against Chien-Ming Wang. He's thrown out 83 pitches with that strike, 0-1.
Michael, seeing Tony Clark today, the first memory that popped into my head was that 2004 playoffs against Boston. He hits that ball at Fenway Park that bounces into the seats for a ground rule double. I think Ruben Sierra was running.
I think so.
And he had to stop at third base, would have scored easily. Really was a big play in that series and that comeback from Boston. John Olerud got hurt. Is that right in that series?
Yep.
Tony got in there a lot and played, and everybody was pulling for him, had a big swing. And
right back up the middle, a base hit. A lot of people believe if that ball didn't bounce into the stands, the Yankees do not lose that series.
Yep.
So a leadoff single for Tony Clark.
Third baseman.
Michael, I talked about before, you know, with hitters that you haven't seen a lot of, you don't have a lot of history with a lot of hitters. And Wang, coming into this game, had only faced Orlando Hudson in his career. And you try and pick out little things. And one of the things that you look at from a hitter is how he takes his practice swings. A lot of times a hitter will show you where he likes the ball in his practice swing. Kind of drops the ball, the bat head down. He's a low ball hitter.
That one's drilled into left center field. Melky Cabrera got a nice jump. He makes the play in the gap. One away.
It's little things like that that you try and pick out something on a hitter, his stance, his practice swing, where he likes the ball, so when he comes up there, he doesn't surprise you. A guy like Reynolds looks like he likes the ball down in the zone. He hit a base hit his first at bat that was down middle, drove it back up the middle. This pitch was down, puts a good swing on it, but Melky Cabrera runs it down easily.
Scott Proctor beginning to throw. Yankees start to get a little concerned when they're fly balls against Wang, because that's not his game. Here's Quinton. There's another fly ball. This one to center field. Cabrera there, and there's two away. A lot looser bench. A lot of stories in the paper today that things kind of turned around before that Toronto series, before the first game, where Joe Torre said, you guys got to relax and have fun. Myers now joins Proctor. They lost that first game in Toronto. And then after the game, Joe Torre said, I don't even want to see you guys here until an hour before game time. I don't want you thinking about things. And they've won 9-11 since then.
And I was with the Yankees in Toronto, and you could feel the tension, and it's amazing coming back now and being around this ball club. You know, how loose it was during batting practice. Everything seems like it's back to normal. There's a sense of relaxation. Like, okay, we are a good ball club. We're playing well. We're going to be okay. A good run right now.
It's in such stark contrast to the first 2 months. They just didn't have a good feel about the whole team. And Roger Clemens came aboard at just the right time. He wins his debut on Saturday with 6 innings of 3-run ball. Did that get Snyder? Yes, it did. That put runners on first and second with 2 outs.
It's supposed to be a sinker down and away. It just gets away from Wang, runs up and in, hits Snyder in the elbow. Joe Torre and Ron Guidry probably paying attention, looking for signs of fatigue. You mentioned the complete game his last start. He's up over 90 pitches right now, so it's definitely something that you would pay attention to. You start noticing if balls are up in the strike zone, he might be becoming a little bit fatigued. And, you know, a tight ball game like this, all it takes is one swing of the bat.
There's Chris Young. He singled in the first inning. He's 1 for 2. He's 5 for his last 30, though, which is a 167 clip. 92 pitches, 59 strikes for Wang. And the count 2-0. 3-1 Yankees lead. They had all their runs on one swing in the first inning. Bobby Abreu with a long home run into the old Yankee bullpen in right. There's a strike. Messina, his last time out, hits the jet, lifted after, I think, 79 pitches. One of his better outings of the year. Line drive, Jeter makes the play. Oh, he took away a base hit and saved a run. Quick reaction by the Yankee captain. An outstanding play to rob Chris Young. He hit it right on the screws. Jeter right there for the third out of the inning. No runs a hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. Chris Young not pleased. At the end of 6 1/2, time for the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium. Yankees lead 3-1, and everybody here at the stadium will honor America by listening to the voice of the stadium, Mr. Bob Shepard.
Please offer a moment of silent prayer as we remember the servicemen and women who are stationed around the globe, and especially remember those who have lost their lives defending our freedom and our way of life. And now, please join Kate Smith as she sings God Bless America.
Hey, this year, when you're away from home and outside the Yankees broadcast area, check out MLB.tv. You can log on to the internet and still watch every Yankees game live. For more details, visit www.yankees.com, where baseball is always on. It's a 3-1 Yankee lead here in the bottom of the 7th. Matsui, Cano, and Cabrera. Grounded foul, 1-1. There's a strike. Now, a member of the Diamondbacks this year, once again, is Randy Johnson. And he did not make the trip to New York. Now, he doesn't make trips to any city where he's not pitching in that series, and it's not advertised as a family plan, and the Diamondbacks try to go out of their way and say he's never asked for that, and they don't want him on planes unnecessarily because of his bad back. At least that's what they're saying. But Randy is not here. He did not show up to New York when the Diamondbacks played the Mets, because if he's not pitching in that series, he doesn't show up.
I got a question for you, though. Doesn't he have to jump on a plane to fly to Baltimore to make his next start?
Yeah.
So they're just eliminating one plane flight, I guess, is the logic there.
Yeah. Instead
of flying to New York and then flying to Baltimore.
Right.
He'll just fly straight to Baltimore.
Right.
I got it, man.
I'm shocked, though, that he would not have stopped by in New York just to say hello to you. You know, you were his personal catcher for a while.
I am a little dazed and confused about that. I went in there today looking for him,
Would you have hugged him?
Tony Clark and I had a good get-together. I don't know if Randy and I would have that same interaction.
Yeah. You did very well on the field together.
It was an interesting relationship.
3-2. And a walk to Matsui. And the sad part, John, is that Randy would have liked the tie that Jeter spoke so highly about. Instead, he never got to see, unless he's watching the game back in Arizona.
He might be watching, and you know what? He's throwing the ball well, so we're happy for that. He's back home in Arizona, which is great. But it would have been nice to see him pitch here, because it looks good on TV. I'm sure the Yankee players would have enjoyed trying to face him again after playing with him the last couple of years, but it didn't work out that way.
One thing that Randy continues to do, and he has always done, and it was one of his values to the Yankees, he beats the Red Sox. And he just beat the Red Sox last weekend. And when he was with the Yankees, he actually beat the Red Sox 5 times in 1 year. That was the year the Yankees finished tied with the Red Sox. And he won the clinching game on a Saturday. Grounded foul. Along with John Flaherty, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on My 9. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. And the Yankees lead Arizona 3-1. Randy Johnson is 16-7 lifetime against the Red Sox. Broken back, ground ball foul. Why do you think it never really worked out for Randy with the Yankees? I mean, the numbers were fine. You really can't argue with the production. He never just seemed as if he was totally happy.
Well, I agree. I mean, knowing Randy personally, I don't know if he's ever going to be totally happy. I mean, he's got a mean streak in him. Everybody knows about that. But, it just didn't seem like he was totally comfortable here in New York. And like you said, the numbers were pretty good at the end of the day. But, I think when you're an Alex Rodriguez, a Randy Johnson, a Roger Clemens, everybody expects greatness every time out there. And it just didn't happen here in New York. But, just from watching some of the highlights of his times now in Arizona, it looks like that slider is back. He's got good bite on that slider and his fastball. I'm sure he had some back issues that he wasn't 100% honest with us.
17 wins a year. There's a base hit to right field. Cutting over is Quinton, and he cuts the ball off and then bobbles it right around the wall. Matsui will stop at third. Cano has himself a double, and the Yankees are set up for some insurance runs here in the bottom of the 7th.
This is just what you're looking for if you're the Yankees. Separate yourself a little bit, and you see that pitch is up from Webb. He's been working that sinker down in the zone, and he finally makes a mistake, and Robinson Cano makes him pay. A bullet between the hole right there. Hideki Matsui going all the way. When you see Quinton out there, he's got to go to his left. He's going to have a tough time making this play and making a strong throw. Robinson Cano gets into second base easily after the bobble in the corner. See Hideki Matsui, once he sees this ball, he doesn't even have to look at Larry Bowa. He knows he's going to third base. He's thinking about maybe going home if there's an extra bobble out there. The Yankees set up to do some damage here in the 7th.
Infield in. Fouled away. Do you change the way you hit with the infield in?
I never did. I mean, my thought in this situation right here with a man on third and less than 2 outs, middle of the field, and get the ball in the air. Try and hit it hard right back up the middle. If you make a mistake, you get underneath it, it's a sacrifice fly. If you hit the ball square, you got a base hit, 2 RBIs. You just want to remember the pitcher is in trouble right here.
And there is a great play by Hudson. And Matsui holds up. Now they got the runner at second. They get him. Matsui scores on the odd double play. I think the Diamondbacks will take it, though. What a play by Hudson. 4-3-6 double play.
Melky Cabrera swings at a ball down in the zone. Probably not a strike. A great play from Orlando Hudson. Comes up again, makes a strong throw to first base from his knees. Heads up Tony Clark. He sees Robinson Cano was off too much. And Hideki Matsui sees that and takes his opportunity to score. But great play from Orlando Hudson. If you're Robinson Cano right there, you have to make sure Hideki Matsui is running towards home plate, which he was not on contact.
there's a bump. But here's the question, though, John. Did Matsui make the mistake and not Cano? Should Matsui have left on that? Because there's no way Hudson would have been able to throw him out at home.
You know what? If you're on third base, you're told by Larry Boa if you're going on contact, if you're making the ball go through the infield. Obviously, with the infield drawn in, he was told you have to make the ball go through. Robinson Cano takes off on the crack of the bat. Hideki Matsui did not. It was just a great play from Orlando Hudson.
Now, is there a signal to Cano that he's not going on contact?
Yes, there should be, from Larry Boa to Robinson Cano.
So he missed it?
I don't know if he missed it. You know, there's a communication there where Larry will give a sign to Robinson Cano on whether Hideki Matsui is going on contact or if he's waiting for the ball to get through the infield. And obviously, it just looked like Robinson reacted off of the crack of the bat right there. He probably had a better view of it from second base.
Right.
Probably thought the ball was going to be up the middle, and it wasn't.
Well, scored a double play, 4-3-6, but there's no RBI for Cabrera. So Melky's hit into 2 double plays tonight. And the 0-2. Swing and a miss, and Cairo down on strikes. But the Yankees get an insurance run. 1 run, 1 hit, and nobody left on base. Let's take it to the 8th inning. Yankees lead 4-1. Go to the bullpen, and this call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon Fios. Make the switch to Verizon Fios, TV, internet, and phone. And the Yankees will bring in Kyle Farnsworth to pitch the 8th inning. Farnsworth has been pitching better of late. Obviously, the walk to strikeout ratio should not be 1-1. He's usually a strikeout per inning, but he has 14 Ks and 25 in the third. But again, he has been pitching a little bit better of late. I think in Joe Torre's perfect world, he wants Farnsworth to be his 8th inning guy and Proctor to be his 7th inning guy. And I think that's what he's working toward.
I totally agree. I think he's trying to get all his ducks in a row out there in the bullpen. Like you said, Michael, you know what? Scott Proctor would be my 7th inning guy. You want to see what you can get out of Kyle Farnsworth. He's thrown better, but you want to get him in a good routine in this 8th inning, get some confidence in this 8th inning, hand the ball over to Mariano Rivera.
And the pitch to Stephen Drew is a strike. Drew's 0 for 3. And a strike. 96-mile-an-hour fastball, outside corner at the knees. Pretty good pitch.
I think you said it perfectly, Michael. I think Joe Torre, Ron Guidry probably did not like what they saw in the bottom of the 7th. Some balls up in the zone from Chien-Ming Wang, so you make a move. For a complete game his last time out. This time it gives you 7 quality, 7 strong innings. Just what you expect from Chien-Ming Wang.
And the 1-2. Grounded foul. When you've got a pitcher like Farnsworth, whose best pitch is obviously a 96 to 99-mile-an-hour fastball, but he also has a good slider. Is it with much trepidation that you ever call for the slider, because you know you don't want to get beaten on your second pitch? And even though it's a good pitch, it's a second pitch.
You know what the problem is, Michael? You don't know which slider you're going to get day to day with Kyle Farnsworth. I mean, there's a good fastball, 97 miles an hour, but you know, day to day, he could have a nasty slider one night, and then you go to it 2 nights later, and it's a cement mixer. It's not breaking the way that it usually does. So you're kind of in a catch-22 behind the plate. You want to mix in his secondary pitches. You just hope they're quality pitches and not the hangers.
That one's drilled into right center field. Giving chase is Cabrera. He can't get there. And it splits the outfielders. Fielding it in the gap is Abreu, and a leadoff double for Stephen Drew.
Wasn't a bad pitch. I mean, it's a fastball down in the zone. Stephen Drew doesn't hit this ball awfully well. Just very good placement. Just splits Melky Cabrera and Bobby Abreu. He's in with a leadoff double. Kind of taught right there. If you're a center fielder, you go for the ball and take a look at the location. It's down, maybe down and away. We talked about it earlier. Stephen Drew likes the ball down. You can probably pitch him up in the zone. If you're Melky Cabrera, you go for the ball, you be aggressive, and Bobby Abreu's job is to back him up, which he did right there.
So Drew's at second. Here's Orlando Hudson. And there's a strike. That's the 7th hit for the Diamondbacks. Yankees have just 5, but they've certainly made it count. One big swing in the first inning off the bat of Bobby Abreu, a 3-run home run. And that has held up to this point. Now, I ask you that slider question because one of the most famous second guesses in history, the '96 World Series, Wohlers throwing fastball after fastball to Jim Leyritz, and then he finally threw a slider, and people say, well, Leyritz has slider speed, bat speed, and he hits a 3-run home run, and the rest is history as the Yankees win that World Series. And I just remember Tim McCarver on that broadcast going, why would you go with your second pitch?
You know what, but it's one of those things, if you're a catcher, you kind of get used to the second guessing. If he throws a good slider, it's a great call.
Right.
You know, he locates it, it's nasty on the outside corner. What a great call by the catcher. If he throws a bad one, why would you throw his second best pitch? But we all know at this level, every major leaguer can hit a good fastball. You have to mix in some other pitches.
And a catcher never worries about that second guess?
Of course, it's always in the back of your mind, but you know what? You go with your gut instinct. What's the best pitch right here? You have all the reports in your head. You know what your guy can do out there. You just hope that he executes. And, you know, Kyle Farnsworth has a great arm, and sometimes he doesn't make quality off-speed pitches with his slider, but you have to keep going to him.
Check swing on a high fastball. And they check with the third base umpire, and Drake said no, he didn't go, so the count 3-2.
And you know, Michael, velocity can be deceiving. You know, Kyle Farnsworth lights up the radar gun, 97, 98 miles an hour. But if you talk to hitters, they probably tell you it feels like 92, 93 because they see the ball so well. And it's one of those things, you know, the velocity might be a little bit deceptive on how hard that fastball actually plays.
That one played hard. Blew it right by him, went away. 96 miles an hour.
Good old-fashioned hardball right here. Fastball right down the middle. He just challenges him and he wins the battle. You know, sometimes you're almost, you know, the pitchers who have those smooth deliveries. Kyle Farnsworth has a pretty solid delivery, and his arm works really well, and you get a good look at that baseball. So 97 sometimes feels like 93. You have another pitcher throwing 88 miles an hour, but it's herky-jerky, and it feels like 92, 93. Deception is definitely part of the equation.
Here's Eric Burns. He is 1 for 3. And the pitch. There's that slider for a strike. And when Farnsworth throws the slider for strikes, that 97 does seem 97, and he's almost unhittable if he can get the slider over.
See Georgie right there telling him to get his arm up. You know, he didn't. That's a slider for a strike. That was a bad pitch. You know, it didn't have a lot of break on it. He got away with the mistake early in the count right there.
And probably got away with it just because of the change of speed.
Exactly. I mean, Eric Burns is a first pitch fastball hitter. He's going up there looking for a fastball from Kyle Farnsworth. He gets a slider. It wasn't a good one, but it wasn't what he was looking for, so he took it. If you make that same pitch here 0-2, he's probably going to hit it hard because he's in a more protective mode right now. He's more looking for the baseball and trying to react instead of sitting on one pitch. 0-2, you really got to execute your pitch right here.
And that was a slider. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by McDonald's. Washington beat Baltimore 7-4. Boston sneaks by Colorado 2-1. Philadelphia 7, the slumping White Sox 3. And Pittsburgh holds on against Texas 7-5. Detroit, a no-hitter for Justin Verlander, beats Milwaukee 4-0. Florida beats Cleveland 3-0. Cincinnati over the Angels 5-3 top of the 9th inning. And bottom of the 6th, Kansas City shutting out St. Louis 8-0. Mets and the Dodgers just getting underway. The 0-2 popped up right side. Backing up is Cano, and he makes the play. That was not an easy play for Cano. 2 away. Hey, tonight after the game, keep it right here on My 9 for highlights and analysis of tonight's baseball action. The Hummer game wrap-up tonight after the game on My 9.
Robinson Cano goes a long way for this ball right here. Over the shoulder catch. Nice play. calling it all the way. Bobby Abreu was on the fly as well, but Robinson calling it all the way makes a play. Kyle Farnsworth on that pitch made a good slider, Michael. He made 2 bad pitches early with his slider and made a good one there to get the pop up.
What do you think that trip by Guidry was about?
Well, I think this is a situation, you know what, you have Tracy who hit a home run earlier in the ball game, the only run that the Diamondbacks scored. You have first base open, and you also have Scott Proctor down in the bullpen who's warming up. So you know what, you're just not going to give in right here. You're going to make your pitches, almost pitch like it's 0-2 the whole count. Make quality pitches, and you know what, if he's going to be aggressive and go out of the strike zone, then fine. You just don't want to give in if you get behind in the count. Realize you have a base open. You have a guy like Tony Clark coming up behind him, who's obviously a dangerous power hitter, but he has a lot of holes that you can pitch to.
And there's a pitch to Chad Tracy, 0-1. Farnsworth tonight sporting one of his best fastballs of the year. He's anywhere from 95 to 97. And the 0-1. Just missed outside. That was 99 miles an hour.
And you know what, Michael, in this situation, one swing of the bat can get them right back in the ball game. You want to make sure, just like Kyle Farnsworth is doing, pitch to the outside corner. And if Tracy takes you the other way, then you tip your hat to him. You just don't want to give him a pitch that he can get the head out and go to the short porch in right field.
97 fouled away, 1-2. Just a spectator. Mariano Rivera will pitch the 9th inning. And the 1-2 upstairs. If you just joined us, My 9 News after the game. About an hour rain delay at the start of this one. But a pitcher's duel between Chien-Ming Wang and Brandon Webb. The 2-2. And the count 3-2. And the pitch. Foul back. Second, 2 outs. 3-2, the payoff. Tracy putting together a representative at bat. And now Posada wants to talk with Farnsworth. And this will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming.
Might be one of those situations, Michael, where, you know what, Drew has been at second base, has seen a lot of the pitch sequences, the signs that Jorge Posada has given. A lot of times you'll just tell the pitcher, you know what, throw this pitch and I'm not going to give any signs. And try and catch them off guard a little bit if they are trying to relay the signals.
Another foul ball. Now, is there that temptation now to throw the slider?
It's actually, I just watched Jorge Posada. I think he probably told Farnsworth he wants a slider on the outside corner right here. One of those things that you don't go through signs. You know, when the hitter's not looking and the runner at second base isn't looking, you can kind of tell him what you want him to throw. See if he goes with it.
No sign. 3-2. He bounced the slider, and Tracy walks. So that brings up Tony Clark as the tying run. Tony Clark dangerous. He can run into a fastball and tie the game. And he has power. Who are the Yankees against the Red Sox? He hit one into the black. The Yankees do not want a repeat performance of that.
And Tony obviously is a powerful hitter. He's got big time pop, but there are a lot of holes in his swing. You can pitch him up in the zone. You can crowd him inside. You just want to stay away from that down middle zone.
Foul back.
Take your chances with up and in. You take your chances with away. Anything down and away. Just want to stay away from that down and in zone.
Last home run Clark hit May 21st against Colorado. And again late in the count 0-2.
Got to believe if you're Jorge Posada, you're thinking fastball up in the zone. You know, kind of a la Mariano Rivera when you get 0-2. You set up with a high target, try and run one right underneath the hands or even middle of the plate, just up.
He went upstairs, but off the plate. Count 1-2. Crowd over 50,000. Getting loud here in the 8th inning. Yankees trying to win their 7th in a row. A 1-2. Driven to right field. Abreu makes the play for the final out of the 8th inning. So Clark hit it hard, but Abreu got a good jump and ran it down. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 4-1 Yanks.
Nine home runs for Jeff. That's almost 25% of the team's home runs. Luis Gonzalez has 8. And Jeff takes a strike on the outside corner. Slider in the count 0-1. Another thing that John Maine has done to make him figure very importantly in the New York Mets overall plan. Strike one pitch, good fastball in there, 0-2. The Mets are 6-2 in his last 8 starts following a Mets loss. So they look to Maine to right the ship again, having lost last night. 0-2 the count. Time for the moment. The Mets having lost 3 straight, 8 out of 10, and one of their big problems has been the bullpen. 0-2 the count. Throw to first. Garciaparra back on the bag. Prior to last night, the Mets bullpen in the previous 25 innings had allowed 23 runs. That's an earned run average of over 8. The opposition was hitting .349 against him with 5 home runs. Here's the strike 2 pitch coming up. Maine deals, fastball hit up the middle, base hit. Nomar to second and holding. So Nomar hits a slider into right field. Kent hits a fastball into center, and the Dodgers have 2 on, 2 out, and their hottest hitter coming up, Luis Gonzalez, who is hitting .400 and for almost 3 weeks hitting better than .370. Gonzo with a couple of doubles last night. He went 2 for 4, and of course his doubles really mean something. He has 561 doubles, and last night Luis kept the 2 baseballs as mementos. The second base bag headed to the team's archives. So here is Gonzo waiting, 2 on, 2 out. Maine out of a stretch, and the right-hander deals. Fastball inside, ball 1. Gonzalez did
good strikeout to innings. 26 strikeouts in 19 2/3. So Brandon Webb is done. And really, he made one costly mistake, and that was the pitch to Bobby Abreu. And his team has not been able to get to yet recovery.
Well, you're right. He had a rough first inning. Orlando Hudson made the error to start off the ball game, and the next thing you know, a 3-run homer. But he regrouped and gave his ball club a quality start and was able to keep them in the ball game.
And there's strike to Damon.
Cruz, another one of these guys, a converted starter, is in the bullpen. He's throwing a little harder out of the bullpen than he was as a starter.
That one's popped up. Mark Reynolds. One away. So Farnsworth with an exciting but still a scoreless 8th inning. And he will probably watch as Mariano will pitch the 9th. Now, if the Yankees score another run, it's not a safe situation. Maybe Torrey changes his mind. Here's Jeter, though. He's 1 for 3. Singled in the first, flied to left, and struck out. The single in the first extended his hitting streak to 7 straight. And the pitch. There's a strike.
97 miles an hour. He's got a nice slow slider. His changeup is actually his 3rd pitch that he got Johnny Damon to pop up on. See Mariano Rivera getting his gun hot in the bullpen.
As a backup catcher with the Yankees, obviously you warmed up a lot of relievers. Did anybody get ready quicker than Rivera?
No, Mariano, and he's got the same pace to his routine every time. Like, he never panics, even when the game speeds up, and you could tell Joe Torre wants to get him going. He's nice and easy, about 10, 12, 15 pitches. And when Joe goes out to the mound to make a pitching change, he pops about 2 or 3. He's ready to go.
And he's up to full game speed after 10 pitches?
Well, he eases into it the first 10. See right there, that's probably 80–85%. He's getting ready. But if the game speeds up and they call down there and say, Mariano, you have to get going, he doesn't pick up the pace. He goes at his own speed and says, you know what, the game will wait for me. I'm going to make sure I'm getting ready.
Jeter couldn't hold up on the breaking ball away, so he is down 2 away. Now, does he throw just cutters out there, or does he throw 4 seamers?
He'll throw cutters. You see Derek Jeter goes on the slider right here. No doubt about it. Nasty slider after seeing a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. You know, Michael, he's fastball, cutter, cutter, cutter. He'll throw a few 2-seamers just to get a feel for it. And then the last 1 or 2, he kind of lets go, and then he takes off to his song, heads on in there. But usually that responsibility is Mike Borzello's. The bullpen catcher, they got a nice routine. They know exactly how many they need and where he needs to be behind the plate. And it's worked for him, obviously.
Pitch to Abreu is low. So Mariano's superstitious about having Borzello catch him?
Oh, yeah. And the backup catcher's superstitious about not getting involved in that either.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You stay away from it because, you know, you got a good thing going. You don't want to mess with it.
And Borzello's been here since '96, so that was Mariano's real breakthrough year as a reliever, and I guess he feels comfortable with it.
It's not broken, don't fix it. He wasn't going to go back there to break it.
And there's a strike.
But to add on to that, though, you always see him getting loose in the 8th inning, you know, going through his stretching routines and stuff like that. So when he steps up on the mound, he's loose and he's ready to go. It just takes him about 15 throws to get his shoulder, his arm loose. But, you know, a lot of the other relievers, they don't have that luxury. They don't know exactly when they're going to be going in the ball game. It takes them a little bit longer.
1-2. High fly ball. Deep center. Chris Young is there, and he'll put it away for the final out of a 1-2 inning. So Juan Cruz does the job. Now it's time for Mariano Rivera to do his job. Bottom of the Diamondback order. Last legs coming up in the 9th. Yankees lead 4-1.
Quill ready and delivers. Delgado takes off the plate. Ball 1. And yet, with all of the dominant pitchers that the Mets have had, no Met pitcher has ever thrown a no-hitter. Only the Padres, Rockies, and Devil Rays are also without a no-hitter. John Maine went 6 against Florida, but then it got away. Many of the Mets pitchers have gone on to throw no-hitters, interestingly enough, with other clubs. And 3 of the more prominent, Dwight Gooden, Tom Seaver, and Nolan Ryan, but they never did it while wearing a New York uniform. All right, Quo taking another look at right. And there goes David. The pitch is outside. The throw down is not in time. So the Mets are issuing a note. They started it last night in the first inning when Sean Green stole second and David Wright stole second. And now Wright steals second here in the second inning. So the Mets are running on the Dodgers. And for David Wright, like his hitting streak, he is 14 for 14. And so Willie Randolph, running his third baseman, gets away with it. Now Delgado is struggling with runners in scoring position. He is 0 for 16. And the fastball in the dirt. Nice save by Russell Martin. The 3-0 the count. Quo might have been overthrowing on that pitch and almost threw it away. He has 1 wild pitch this year. And waiting on deck is Paul LaDuca. 3-0 the count to Carlos Delgado. 10 home runs, 38 runs batted in, but hitting only .228. Big left-hand batter. Quo will look back at right, and the next pitch on the outside corner for.
And tries to close this one out and give the Yankees a 7-game winning streak. The most famous Mariano against the Diamondback outing. Not a good one for Yankee fans. You might want to turn away from your set. Bottom of the 9th inning, Yankees have a 1-run lead, but it all goes away, and Luis Gonzalez overdrawn in infield, and the Diamondbacks win the 2001 World Series, one of the greatest World Series ever played. 3 classic games and celebration for the Diamondbacks. And John, the one thing I remember about that night, I remember a lot of things about that night, is that after the game, Mariano Rivera stood in front of his locker and answered wave after wave after wave of the same questions, never getting angry, never getting annoyed, and just saying, this is what happened, this is what happened. And that's the sign of a true professional. I saw Dennis Eckersley do the same thing when he gave up the home run to Kirk Gibson. Just answered question after question for an hour and never got annoyed, because that's the life of a reliever. You're going to have those moments.
And you better have a short memory, but on the big stage like that, it's impressive, a guy standing there and taking it, and like you said, a true professional.
And there's a strike to Reynolds. I remember the Yankees are getting ready to go on a plane and fly home, and people are waiting for him as he answers wave after wave of questions. Mariano's trying to get that ERA down. He's thrown 9 2/3 consecutive scoreless innings after a shaky start. 7 saves for him. The 0-1. And the count 0-2. We looked over in the booth to our right. Mark Grace is a broadcaster for the Diamondbacks, and he was on that team, and he was dancing to Enter Sandman. He enjoyed it now. I guess he enjoyed it that night as well. He didn't have to hear it that night because he was on the road. The 0-2 outside. Crowd of 51,577 here at the stadium. So not quite a sellout, but a nice big crowd. Yankees sold out over the weekend against the Pirates. Bigger crowd expected tomorrow night and Thursday afternoon. 0-1-2. He blew it right by him upstairs. 1 away.
Well, we're starting to see the old Mariano Rivera coming back to form now. You mentioned it, the 9 2/3 scoreless innings coming into this one. And when he's missing now, he's just missing. Here's that good fastball up in the zone with a little bit of cut movement. The pitch before, he just missed off the plate, and his control is getting better. The life on the ball has been good all year. It's just the control has not been what we're used to. Now things are shaping back the way they should be.
Here's Carlos Quentin. He is 0 for 3 tonight. 0-1. Through May 29th, when the Yankees were 14.5 games out, Mariano had just 3 saves and 5 opportunities. From May 30th, Mariano has 4 saves and 4 chances. And this is his 5th opportunity for a save since May 30th. So a lot of his ineffectiveness early could be attributed to truncated use. They just didn't have that many opportunities to get him in games. The 0-2. Soft ground ball to second base. Cano to Cairo. And the Diamondbacks down to their final out. Tonight after the game, keep it right here from My 9 News with Brenda Blackman, Harry Martin, the Emmy Award-winning I-Team as they uncover stories that matter to you. Plus, sports with Russ Salzberg. Catch all the highlights of tonight's game and sports action from around the country. My 9 News tonight, right after the game. Here's Chris Snyder against Rivera. And it's 0-2. Check that. That was a ball, so it's 1-1.
Well, a lot of these young Diamondback hitters, you go over the report and they tell you about Mariano Rivera, but until you get in that box and you experience that explosive fastball, you just can't prepare for that.
The 2-1. And the Diamondbacks down to their final strike. The 2-2. And the count is full at 3-2.
A long road back to 500, Michael. Be nice to get there.
They haven't been there since May 9th. And they are there right now. A fly ball to center field. And Cabrera puts it away. A 1-2-3 inning for Mariano as he closes it out, and the Yankees win 4-1. So the Yankees are 31-31. And the last time they were at 500, 16-16 on May 9th. So it has been a long climb back. The Red Sox have already won. They beat Colorado 2-1, so the Yankees remain 9.5 games out. The Tigers have also won. So in the wild card race, the Yankees are 5.5 out. But all in all, they've won their 7th straight game. They've climbed back to 500, which was their first goal. And as you said, John, earlier, you can't even think about contention until you get into 500.
Now they're there, and things are starting.
And the pitch is high, ball 2, 2-1. He now lives in Hartwood, New Jersey, Virginia, which is probably near the University at Charlotte. Fouls the pitch away. 2-2 the count to Paul Lo Duca. About 4 years ago, John Mayne led all of minor league baseball in strikeouts, and that got the Mets' attention. Fastball, slider, curveball, and change. He was originally drafted by Baltimore. And the 2-2 pitch on the way, punched on the ground, backhanded at second base by Valentin to get him. Nice play by Jose. So we're talking about how brilliantly he played defensively at second base last year, and he comes up with a gem here in the second inning. So Martin losing a base hit on a fine play by Jose Valentin, one away. And Wilson Betemeat coming up. Jose with a big grin, somebody hollering out of the Mets dugout to him. One away. Betemeat switch hitter, batting left-handed, and Wilson takes a look at a strike, and the count on 1. Came off the bench last night, had a base hit and a run batted in. Drove in Tony Abreu with the 5th Dodger run. The strike 1 pitch is hit in the air to left center and deep, and that's got some mileage to it. It is gone. Wilson Betemeat drives it out, and the Dodgers have tied it up 1-1. For Betemeat, that would be his 6th home run. He has 3 of them as a pinch hitter. So Betemeat gets the Dodgers even, and he does it so easy. You know, he's only 25 years old, and he has awesome power. The pitch was a little down and away, and he was able to hit it easily into the left center field pavilion. So we have a 1-1 tie, and the batter now is Matt Kemp. For Chien-Ming, by the way, he's given up 7 home runs, and Kemp unloads a high drive to deep left field. It is gone. Back-to-back home runs by the kids, and the Dodgers lead 2-1. Willie Randolph sees an eye popper, the one hit by Matt Kemp, because it winds up in the low section in left field, which reminds me of the World Series, the Dodgers and the Yankees, 1963, and Frank Howard hit a bomb in that Lowe's area. Now there's a drive by Hong-Chih. It is gone. 3 consecutive home runs, shades of the Padres last year. So the Dodgers come up with a magical second inning with 1 out. Betemit homers to left center. Kemp homers to the loge in left field. And Quo reaches the pavilion in right center. And those 3 home runs were hit on 3 pitches. And immediately Rick Peterson going out to talk to Chien-Ming. And the Dodgers lead 3-1 before an ecstatic crowd. Not to mention what's going on in the dugout. So Hong-Chih hits 1 out, and the Dodgers on 3 straight home runs lead 3-1. The crowd, a standing ovation. I'm not sure if they want Quo to take a bow or have the whole trio. Quo kind of sheepishly went up on the steps and took his cap off. He has a big grin on his face. And so is Luis Gonzalez. In fact, smiles are a dime a dozen in the Dodger dugout right now, as Rafael Furcal takes low, 1 ball and 1 strike. So the Dodgers without power, and Jason Repko sits there and wishes he were playing. The Dodgers with 39 home runs coming into the game, hit 3 consecutive to give them 42. And of course that stunned Maine and Willie Randolph and the Mets. Maybe not so much Betemit, maybe not so much Kemp, but when Quo hits it out, wow. Line drive speared by Valentin. So Chien-Ming has suddenly lost it here in the second inning, and Valentin is banged about. Memo Martin lost a base hit on a fine play by Jose. Now Furcal lines out. So as Matt Kemp and Hong-Chih sit side by side, Chien-Ming trying to pull it all together. And Juan Pierre will be the batter. So Betemit started it, and what an act, followed by Kemp, followed by Quo. 3-1 Dodgers in the 3rd inning. Strike 1 pitch on the way is off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. For the Mets, they have hit 61 home runs, but they've allowed 64 home runs. And of course that really does damage to, well, the staff as well as the sanity of Willie Randolph. They are just not accustomed to being pushed around like that. The 1-2 pitch to Pierre is low, and a 2-ball 2-strike count. For the Dodgers, they have barely balanced their books with 3 home runs tonight. The Dodgers have hit 42, and the staff has allowed 41. Now the 2-2 pitch to Pierre is poke foul, out of play. If you care how far they go, well, they're estimating that Wilson Betemit's home run went 408, that Hong-Chih Quo's home run went 412, and Matt Kemp hitting one in the loge, they estimate that at 447. Pierre grounds one inside first down the line, and there is a rabbit loose. and he's not going to stop at second. He'll be into third with a belly whopper. What an inning for the Dodgers. After 3 home runs and 2 hard outs, Pierre follows with a triple down the right field line by the time Shawn Green got it back in. And the batter now is Nomar Garciaparra. By the way, if you're wondering about Hong-Chih Kuo, his home run, he had 1 hit last year. It was a double, and that was the only hit in his career until he hit the home run tonight. Big swing and a miss by Nomar on a high first pitch fastball. 0-1 the count. So Chien-Ming being pushed around a bit here in the second inning. Dodgers lead 3-1. The next one is off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike to Nomar. Remember, Maine 6-3, but he's lost 3 of his last 4 after starting off the year winning 5 in a row. 1-1 pitch is a fastball low, ball 2. 2-1. So the painful process for Chien-Ming. When he went to North Carolina, he studied mechanical engineering, and I'm sure part of his problems would be mechanical as far as his delivery. Fastball, a hopper to third, backhanded by David Wright to get him. And had it not been for the gloves of Jose Valentin and David Wright, the Dodgers would have had more. But more is asking a lot when you see Betamete hit one out, you see Kemp hit one up into the loge, and then Hong-Chih Kuo hit one into the pavilion. That ought to be enough for a while. And at the end of 2, 3. Dodgers flex their muscles with 3 consecutive home runs, lead 3-1 as we go to the 3rd inning. Carlos Gomez will start it off. So the Dodger youngsters hit him out 3 in a row, and now another youngster coming in for the Mets, and that would be Carlos Gomez. He shows bunt, bunts it right back to Kuo, who turns and throws him out. So Gomez, who is only 21 years old, tries to bunt his way aboard, and he's done. 1 out. Spirits here at Dodger Stadium are very high right now, and we can contribute to the euphoric because the Devil Rays beat the Padres 11-4, and the Yankees have just beaten the D-backs 4-1. The playing Abreu. Tony is sitting down, but Bobby Abreu hit a 3-run home run for the Yankees. Brandon Webb lost. Chien-Ming Wang got the victory, and Mariano Rivera picked up the save. Kuo out of a stretch in the strike 1 pitch, slow breaking ball low, 1 ball 1 strike. By the way, Chien-Ming Wang, who was the winning pitcher for the Yankees, was a high school buddy of Hong-Chih Kuo. 1 ball 1 strike, a fastball is low, and a 2-1 count. The Hong-Chih Kuo, who won his first major league start last year against the Mets, grew up playing with Chin-Hui Sao, who's on the DL. And the next pitch high. Sao became the 3rd player from Taiwan to appear in a game for the Dodgers, joining Kuo and outfielder Chin Feng Chen. Don't ask me to read all that again. Can't handle it. 3-1 the count. And Chien-Ming swings, doesn't get it. 3-2. 3 runs, 6 hits. The 3 consecutive home runs in the 2nd inning. And the Dodgers leading. Kuo working on Maine, 3-2 the count. Hong-Chih ready and deals very high, ball 4. And if anything would ruin his game tonight, would be the number of pitches and fighting his control. But it's interesting, in the first 2 innings, he made only 26 pitches. Chien-Ming made 48. But now with 1 out, he walks Maine, and the batter is Jose Reyes. The Reyes, who started his career as a 19-year-old with the Mets. Kuo delivers high and away, ball 1. He was the 10th Met to play big league ball as a teenager. Dwight Gooden, Nolan Ryan, remember first baseman Eddie Kranepool, he was only 17, and Jose Reyes. For the youth must be served, and when you look at the left side of the Mets infield with Reyes and Wright, first team in Major League history to have a shortstop and a third baseman 22 or younger, and they each played over 150 games. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball strike, 1-1 the count. Reyes is 6 feet 165 and is piling up the hits already, 603. Miguel Cabrera, the brilliant with the Marlins, has 731. He shows bunt, runs up and leaves it in the mitt of Russell Martin for a strike, and the count 1-2. Last year, Reyes was incredible. He had scored 122 runs, 194 hits, 19 home runs, 64 stolen bases. Pokes at a fastball, hits it slowly to Kent. Jeff's throw to first is not in time. So Jose Reyes hitting right-handed. That'll give you an idea of just how well he runs. Hitting right-handed, legs out a ground ball to Jeff Kent. Big high bouncer over the mound. Kent charging, scoop, off balance throw, but Reyes was a blur going by. So he gets an infield single, and the Mets now have runners at first and second, 1 out, and a couple of big hitters coming up. Shawn Green and then Carlos Beltran. Green hitting .316, 5 home runs, 23 runs batted in. Out of a stretch goes Quo, checks the runners and delivers, and the pitch to Shawn is low and inside, ball 1. And looking at Shawn Green going head-to-head with Quo, coming into the game 3 for 7. He struck out, so he's 3 for 8. Shawn, of course, had a couple of very big years for the Dodgers. One year he hit 49. Next year he hit 42. And the fastball down and away. So Quo now struggling with his control. Then a ground ball that might have been out for some, but not for Jeff Kent with the speed of Jose Reyes. And Quo in a little trouble. Carlos Beltran on deck. 3-1 Dodgers, top of the third. 2 on, 1 out for New York. Quo with the belt and deals. Fastball hit foul off to the left out of play. So a 2-1 count to Shawn Green. Shawn will be 35 in November, 6'4", 210. Lives in Newport Beach. Grew up in Tustin, went to Tustin High, and was originally first-round pick of the Toronto Blue Jays. Here's the 2-1 pitch coming up. Quo ready, and it's swung on and lifted down the left field line, starting to head towards the chalk is Gonzalez, and he picks it off in fair ground. So Shawn Green, a fly ball to left. 2 down in the third inning, and the batter will be Carlos Beltran. Beltran robbed of a hit. A nice play by Rafael Furcal to get him in the first inning. Carlos checking in at 282. He has 9 home runs, 36 runs batted in. 2 on, 2 out, 3-1 Dodgers in the third, and Beltran waiting. Out of a stretch goes Quo, checks the runners, and the first pitch dips in nicely for a strike. 0-1. Beltran, 30 years old, from Manatee, Puerto Rico. 0-1 the count. Whoa, another look at the runners. Back he comes, and there's a fly ball to left field. Coming up is Gonzalez to make the catch. So Beltran didn't hit very hard. Little fly ball. So the Mets get a base hit and a walk, lead 2, and at the end of 2 1/2, Dodgers lead 3-1.
Leading up the bottom of the third for the Dodgers, second baseman Jeff Kent.
Dodgers lead 3-1 as we go to the bottom of the third inning. Jeff Kent, followed by Luis Gonzalez, and then Russell Martin. John Main, who was really burned in the second inning. Martin hit a shot backhanded by Valentin to take a hit away. That was followed by 3 consecutive home runs by Benamy, Kemp, and Quo. Call then hit a line drive that was one-handed by Valentin. Then Pierre tripled down the right field line, and Garcia Parra hit hard but grounded to David Wright. So we'll see about Maine now in the bottom of the third, and his first pitch a strike to Jeff Kent. Maine coming in 6-3. Kent hitting at .265. Jeff singled in the first inning. Maine comes back with a pitch fouled off. The Dodgers in the first 2 innings, 3 runs, 6 hits, including 3 home runs, 2 singles, and a triple. And the big surprise, the home run by Hong-Chih Quo. The only fly in the ointment for Hong-Chih Quo would be the fact that his pitches are on the upswing as far as numbers. The pitch to Kentaway. Quo made 12 pitches in the first inning, 14 pitches in the second inning, 17 pitches in the third. Maine's 1-2 pitch, and Kent takes off the plate. 2-2 to count. Mets have lost 3 straight, 8 out of 10. And remember, they're being challenged by the Atlanta Braves as Kent fouls it away. The Braves are on the rise, and one reason the Braves are on the rise, believe it or not, is interleague play. And if you talk to Willie Randolph, he can point out the fact that, boy, the schedule, at least in interleague play, is really stacked against him. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and Kent fouls it away. For instance, they just played Detroit, and in that series, among other things, in losing 2 out of 3, Tommy Glavine gave up 9 runs, only the second time in his career. Following Detroit, they come here. When they leave here, they'll go to Yankee Stadium to play the Yankees. As Kent lifts a high fly ball, but it's playable into left field. Waiting there is Carlos Gomez, and we have 1 away. Following the Yankees series, they then host the Twins, the A's, and for good measure, the Cardinals.
Luis Gonzalez.
You know, a reminder that Tom Warner's summer 6-pack is back. You can see the Dodgers all summer long with 16 packages. Save up to 50% on select locations. So visit Dodgers.com or call 866-DODGERS. Not a bad idea with Father's Day coming up. With 1 away, here's Luis Gonzalez to take a strike. Gonzo in the first inning with 2 on, struck out, looking at a fastball on the outside part of the plate. Strike 1 pitch. Maine works it low, a check swing, no swing, says Larry Poncino, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Got to go back in the history books a little bit with the 3 consecutive home runs by the Dodgers against the Mets. The 1-1 pitch is lined to left field. Gomez came in, now reaches up and picks it off. Boy, what a recovery by that lanky 20-year-old on a line drive that was just starting to take off. Nice play. He's 6'4", and he needed all of that and then some. The last time the Mets gave up 3 home runs in a row, you'd have to go back to April Fool's Day, 1997. They were facing San Diego, and the Padres had Chris Gomez, Ricky Henderson, and Kilvio Veras all hit home runs. So it took 10 years, and the Dodgers put it to him tonight. 0-1 the count to Russell Martin. 2 down, 3rd inning. Dodgers lead 3-1. Pitch off the glove of LaDuca, back to the backstop. Paulie hitting .296, 7 home runs, 41 RBIs, and so far leading in the All-Star voting as he takes a pitch low. He overcame a huge deficit in the voting, and as of right now, last we heard, he's about 13,000 ahead of Paul LaDuca. The pitch to Russell misses. 3-1 the count. Just 2 weeks ago, Martin was 140,000 votes behind LaDuca. Brian McCann a distant third. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swung on and lifted to right center. Very playable. Green and Beltran. And Beltran's the captain, the old story of the center fielder. So the Dodgers go on 3 fly balls. And at the end of 3-1, Dodgers. And the World Series MVP the same season. You have any idea? Well, we'll pass it along to you in a little while. Meanwhile, we go to the 4th inning with the Dodgers leading 3-1. David Wright, Carlos Delgado, and Paul LaDuca. David Wright has not only hit in 14 straight, he has stolen 14 out of 14. Ball 1. Wright is so very popular in New York, and deservedly so. Fouled away down the line, 1-1. Last year in October, Delta Airlines called one of their flights, it's MD-88, the David Wright flight, and it serves New York, Boston, and Washington. They get an airline naming a flight after you, you're really something. 1-2 to David. He's only 24 and he's been with the Mets 3 years. This is his 4th year with them. He'll be 25 before Christmas. 1-2. At his right ankle. 2 balls and 2 strikes. David is the eldest of 4 brothers. You can imagine the competition in a house with 4 brothers. His father is a police captain in Norfolk, Virginia. 2-2. And line foul down the line. Still 2-2. Wright had to make a big decision as a youngster just out of high school. He was offered a scholarship to Georgia Tech or beginning his pro career with the Mets. In his high school, he delivered his graduation address. And a high fly ball to Pierre. 1 away. So David Wright goes down on the fly ball, and big Carlos Delgado coming up. Delgado was very big in real estate. I mean, among other things, he owns a dozen properties in Puerto Rico. He purchased a 5-bedroom colonial house in Greenwich, Connecticut, trading in the apartment he lived in the Upper East Side of New York. And good breaking ball strike. Of course, Delgado makes a lot of money. A few years ago, he made as much as 17, 18, and 19 million. You can buy a lot of real estate. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. He has done great things for Puerto Rican youth. He earned the Roberto Clemente Award last year, exemplifying humanitarianism and sportsmanship. 1-2 the count. Delgado, who had a great career in Toronto, has said that coming to New York has been one of the best things to happen to me, both because of the team and my family. Curveball popped up, and coming back, Russell Martin. Well, that does it for Delgado. 2 down in the 4th, and Paul LaDuca coming up.
Catcher Paul LaDuca.
Tomorrow night, the concluding game of the series, and that ought to be a dandy. Jorge Sosa. He has a record of 6-1, and he'll go up against Brad Penny, who has a record of 7-1. Penny draped on the railing, making his own notes about how to pitch. James Loney talking to him, and LaDuca waiting. A strike. LaDuca, so far this year, hitting .254 against right-hand pitching, .436 against left-handers. That is coming into this series. He's also been a totally different hitter on the road. Fly ball into shallow right field coming up as Kemp. A very easy inning for Hong-Chih. He's retired 5 in a row since Reyes singled, and the Dodgers lead 3-1. Home run by Wilson Betemit, 408 feet away. A monster by Matt Kemp to the lows, 447 feet away. And the big surprise, Hong-Chih hits one 412 feet, throws the bat a good 5 or 6 feet. And the players in the dugout really got a kick out of Quo tossing that bat as the ball left. Yes, sir. Just another day in the ballpark. So now they'll try it again. Here's Betemit. Ball 1. So Betemit, Kemp, and Quo coming up again here in the 4th. Dodgers lead 3-1. Betemit with 6 home runs, 3 of them as a pinch hitter, 17 runs batted in. That's a strike. 2-1. Another strike. 2-2. Mets got a run in the 2nd inning. Wright singled and stole second, and Delgado singled him home. And then the 3 home runs, the 3 lightning bolts in the bottom of the 2nd to give the Dodgers the lead. Ground ball to Valentin. 1 away. Remember the trivia question? Big question it was.
Right fielder number 27.
About that one man outside of Oral Hershiser to be the NLCS MVP in the World Series MVP. Yep, but Levon Hernandez, who did it for the Marlins 10 years ago. Levon, the brother of Orlando Hernandez, who pitched here last night. El Duque. That's a strike to Kemp. Matt, his first home run of the year, 4 runs batted in. Off the plate, 1-1. Dodgers 3 runs, 6 hits. Mets 1 run, 3 hits. Hit off the end of the bat, 1-2 the count. A big move by Chien-Ming, and then a 79-mile-an-hour breaking ball, and he hit it right off the end. On deck, the noted home run hitter, Hong-Chih. 2-2. Chien-Ming out of Virginia, sir. 2-2. 3-2. We told you he studied mechanical engineering at the University of North Carolina. Certainly sounds like you have to be awfully smart to study mechanical engineering. And ball 4. Let's take a look, not so much the home run, but take a look at Quo flipping the bat. Watch this.
Hong-Chih.
Power swing. Got it all. All right, let her go. All the big guys on the block do that when they hit one out. So 1 away. Matt Kemp runs pretty well for a big man, but he doesn't have the experience to really take Maine apart. And there he goes anyway. It's missed at the plate, and a very poor throw into center field, and Matt just gets up and keeps going. So Paul LaDuca firing one straight into center field, and for Willie Randolph, hoisted on his own petard. I think that's the expression. Remember, last night the Mets stole 2 bases in the first inning, and the Dodgers have been trying to put it to them ever since. So Kemp steals second. Paulie gets the error, and now Quo up there, and the infield is up. 0-1 to Hong-Chih. Pretty good fastball. 0-2. Fastball at 92, which is about as hard as Maine has thrown. Last year, May and June, he had an inflammation in his right finger. He was warming up for his first start of the season, and he threw a curveball, and he felt something pop in the finger. Well, Quo doesn't throw his bat this time. Down he goes. 2 out, and Furcal coming up. And John Maine said he threw only 1 curveball during the game, and he got into the 6th inning. Pretty hard to fly on one engine and get by on 1 pitch in the big leagues. So here is Raphael, fly to center and lined out. Nice save by LaDuca, ball 1. One added note, and why not, for Hong-Chih Quo. When he hit his home run, it's the first home run in Major League history by a player from Taiwan. 1-1. Furcal a little annoyed at himself, I think, for going after that fastball. He might even have hurt his right hand a little bit. Yeah, he did. It's the right hand. One and 1. Hitting .327 at Dodger Stadium this year. 2 balls, 1 strike. Raphael batting .286. He has 23 runs batted in. Dodgers 3, Mets 1. Bottom of the 4th. 2 out. Ground ball backhanded by Delgado. Hangs it to Maine, and that saved a run. Nice play by the big first baseman. So the Dodgers leave Kemp at 3rd, and at the end of 4, 3-1 Dodgers. Bottom 3 of the Mets lineup. That means Jose Valentin, Carlos Gomez, and then John Maine. Hong-Chih Quo has allowed 3 hits, 1 run. He has struck out 2. And drops that in for a strike. They've made 55 pitches in 4 innings. By the way, John Maine has made 80 in 4 innings. Fastball flared to center. Pierre coming up to catch up to it. 1 away. Say, you know you can get 4 tickets to a Dodger game, plus 4 Dodger dogs and 4 Cokes for $62. You can with the Coca-Cola family pack. And the next family pack, glad you brought it up, tomorrow against the Mets. And for tickets, visit Dodgers.com or give us a call, 866-DODGERS. Remember, tomorrow night, Jorge Sosa, 6-1 against Brad Penny, 7-1. And here is Carlos Gomez. Line drive, base hit. So the young left fielder hangs a rope out to left, and the batter now will be John Maine.
Pitcher number 33, John Maine.
21 years old. Boy, they really like him. They say he is a 5-tool player. And at his early age, a lot of room to develop. See what they do with Maine. He's going to show bunt. John pops it in the air. Foul, caught by Martin. So John Maine unable to get it down. He had 3 sacrifices. Of course, when Willie Randolph wants a pitcher to sacrifice, he'd love to have Tommy Glavine. Glavine is about as good as we have ever seen, walking up and dropping a bunt down. Just the opposite of that. So Maine fouls out to Russell Martin. There's Tommy Glavine, who, by the way, last time out against Detroit for only the second time in his career, gave up 9 runs. The previous time it happened to Glavine, you'd have to go back to 1999. And of course, Tommy is very, very close to winning 300. Certainly winning 300 would make you think of the Hall of Fame. And they project that he will win his 300th on August the 3rd. So we'll see. And there goes the runner. Pitch outside. Poor throw on the shortstop side. So Gomez steals. So it's one stolen base against another. It is the second stolen base for the Mets. Matt Kemp stole for the Dodgers. So they couldn't bunt Gomez over to second, and they turned the kid loose. And he can steal. You know, he had 64 stolen bases in the minors. So 21 years old. He's really got the whole world in front of him. Big guy, 6'4". 3-0 the count to Jose Reyes. So a 21-year-old at second base, a 24-year-old at the plate. And Shawn Green, senior citizen in baseball, coming up 35. 3-0. Fastball for a strike. 3-1. And of course, you talk about the kids, and then you look over there and there's Julio Franco, and you realize how remarkable is he. 48, and young Gomez 21. Fastball strike. Franco is really a remarkable specimen. Born in the Dominican Republic. He's played almost everywhere. 4 American League cities. He's played in Japan, Mexico, Korea. Incredible story. And a little flare right to Furcal. So the Mets are struggling, leaving a runner in scoring position as they did in the 3rd inning. And at the end of 4 1/2, 3-1 Dodgers. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning, and the Dodgers lead the Mets 3-1. It's Pierre, Garciaparra, and Kemp. Pierre flied to center and tripled inside first and down the right field corner. Came with 2 out, and then Garciaparra grounded out hard to David Wright. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers, 1 run, 4 hits for the Mets. But the big story so far, the 2nd inning explosion against John Maine. Home runs by Wilson Betemit, Matt Kemp, and Hong-Chih Kuo. All 3. When the Mets come up in the 6th inning, they will have Shawn Green, Carlos Beltran, and David Wright, and if anybody gets on, Carlos Delgado. Right. So that will be a big inning for Hong-Chih Kuo, who, by the way, his pitch count is always important. He only made 65 pitches in 5 innings. Fly ball to right center. It'll be Beltran's job. 1 out in the 5th, and Nomar
for the Dodgers first baseman, Nomar Garciaparra.
Meanwhile, the pitch out has not been good for John Maine. He made 80 pitches in the first 4 innings, averaging out for 180 pitches in a 9-inning game. He's not about to make that. 3-1 Dodgers, 1 out in the 5th. And a line drive to center. Here comes Beltran. That thing went out there almost like a knuckleball. So it started straight and then it seemed to sail away. 2 down. And the batter will be Jeff Kent. 5 putouts in center field for Carlos Beltran in 5 innings. Jeff Kent single to center, fly to left. Off the plate, ball 1. And that's line to left, but back there for it is Gomez and makes the catch. He wasn't sure when it left the bat, but he was able to go back and get it. So 3 fly balls in the 5th inning. And at the end of 5, 3-1 Dodgers. Shawn Green, first ball swinging, 0-1. Green struck out and flied to left. Shawn 0 for 2, hitting .314. Last night he was 2 for 4, so 2 for 6 in the series. Just off the DL, he had a bad foot, broken bone. 0-2. Three runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. 1 run, 4 hits for the Mets. Green with a little 6-game hitting streak. 1-2. Shawn hit in 24 of his last 30 before going out. A chip fracture on the base of the first metatarsal in the right foot. 1-2. 2-2. So far for Hong-Chih, and it's always a battle with his control. Walks and number of pitches. Well, first of all, he's only walked 1. That was a walk to John Maine, of all people. And he's gotten the first pitch over for a strike over 70% of the time. 2-2. And he goes 3-2 to Green with Carlos Beltran on deck. Strike 3 call. So Green caught looking and strikes out for a second time. That is the 3rd strikeout for Hong-Chih. Just ran a fastball and got it in there. And the batter, Carlos Beltran. Carlos Beltran did a wonderful thing for his mom and dad. He's 30 years old, but a wealthy man now, living in Puerto Rico. Check swing, a swing, 0-1. Beltran bought a beautiful home, had it completely furnished, and had a housewarming party. And in the middle of the housewarming party, everybody was congratulating Carlos. And he turned around, made the announcement, and gave the keys to his mom and dad and said, the house is not for us, meaning himself and his wife. A fully furnished house to mom and dad, where you can imagine how floored they were. 1-1. Ball 2, 2-1. One of the things Beltran learned to do, and it started about 3-4 years ago, looking at a lot of tennis balls, but not just looking. They had a ball throwing machine that threw tennis balls, and they put numbers on the tennis ball. And the idea was to be able to read the number. Line foul. Oh, did he jump on that thing? 2-2. So the device would throw the ball anywhere from 80 to 150 miles an hour. And you try to track the ball and read a small red or black number painted on the side. And as he said, first time I tried it, I said, you guys got to be kidding. But the more he did it, he started to actually see the numbers. Chopper back a third. The throw by Betamit, and that'll do it for Beltran. So they've gotten his number tonight. He's 0 for 3. 2 out in the 6th inning, and the batter, David Wright. David Wright single, stole a base, scored a run. Last time up, fly to center. 12 home runs, 35 runs batted in. Off speed and whacked to center. Slow curveball, and Wright just waited, stayed with it. So that means Big Delgado comes up, and of course with one swing he can get you even. David Wright has hit in 14 straight. He has stolen 14 straight, and he's 2 for 3. So here is Delgado. He had been 0 for 16 with runners in scoring position, and then had a big base hit in the 2nd inning to score Wright. And I remember Wright stole second in the 2nd inning. Let's see what happens this time. Fastball, strike. Dodgers are wrong with Mr. Wright. As David stands at first, you know what his career batting average is against the Dodgers? 467. Yeah, 467. He's 28 for 60. And a little fly ball. Pierre coming up for it. So another fine inning for Quo. He walks off, allowing a hit and nothing else, and he's still leading 3-1. Ball game at Dodger Stadium, 3-1 Dodgers, bottom of the 6th inning. A reminder, the concluding game of the series tomorrow night. Jorge Sosa 6-1, Brad Penny 7-1. Thursday an off day, and here come the Angels. Friday night, Saturday afternoon, and Sunday afternoon. The Angels atop the heap by 4 over Seattle. They've won 40 games. That would equal the number won by the Boston Red Sox as of this date. And Lowe, Schmidt, and Wolf will be online to pitch. Friday night for Lowe, Saturday afternoon Schmidt, Sunday afternoon Wolf. 1 ball and no strikes to Luis Gonzalez. Struck out, lined out to left. 2-0 the count. If you weren't with us back in the 2nd inning, Wright singled, stole second, Delgado singled him home. But in the bottom of the 2nd inning, the Dodgers electrified the crowd. Not since that fateful night last year against San Diego. Not that they quite equaled it, but with 1 out in the 2nd inning, Betamit hit a home run 408 feet. Kemp followed with a home run to the Loge in left, 447 feet. And then Hong-Chih shocked everybody with a home run into the right center field pavilion, 412 feet. And so far, Hong-Chih has made it stand up, leading 3-1. He's made 79 pitches. Now back. Now the Dodgers in the bullpen. Jonathan Broxton made 16 pitches last night. Takashi Saito made only 10 pitches last night. Remember, the last 11 Mets went down in order in last night's game. 3-2 the count to Luis Gonzalez. Going to go foul down the line. For John Maine, he knows in his heart this could be his last inning. When the Mets come up in the 7th, they have LaDuca, Valentin, and Gomez, and if they get anything going, it figures that Willie would hit for him. He's also coming up to the 100 pitch mark. And he walks Luis Gonzalez. For John Maine, he walked Kemp in the 4th inning, so this would be his 2nd walk.
Catcher number 55, Russell Martin.
2 walks and 2 strikeouts. Meanwhile, Willie Randolph talking to his pitching coach, Rick Peterson. And here is Russell, grounded out hard. Good play by Valentin to take a hit away from him, and then he flied out. Whoops, ball 1. For Russell Martin, he has now caught over 500 innings this year. He just keeps going. Grady checks with him every day. How do you feel? You want to rest? No, I'm fine. You sure? Oh yeah, I'm fine. 1 ball and no strikes. And that's in the air down the right field line. Sean Green comes to the line, but it's back into the crowd. Down in the Mets bullpen, Aaron Heilman begins to loosen up. And as we mentioned earlier, one of the big problems for the Mets, one of the big reasons they've lost 8 out of 10, has been an ineffective bullpen. One and one. That's low. Ball 2. 2-1. Maine now made 80 pitches in the first 4 innings, so he gave it away early. And here he is in the 6th, struggling a little bit. He has retired 5 before walking Gonzalez. Martin is a very good contact hitter, as you know, so if they're ever going to put a play on, this would be the time. Gonzalez 3 for 3 in stolen bases. See if they run him on hit and run. Here he goes, hit and run, and it's a foul ball out of play. 2-2 the count. Even though the hit and run is used a great deal, 2-1. I remember Walter Alston always saying, heck, if it's good enough to put on once, why not come back and put it on again? But we haven't seen it that many times. You really have to do it with a pitcher who has good control, and Maine has had good control. So let's see, they're not going to use it. And it's a high pop fly down the line. Valentin coming over, makes the catch in fair ground, and Gonzalez holds. So Martin pops it up, 1 out, and the batter Wilson Bettamy.
Third baseman number 10, Wilson Bettamy.
So Wilson Bettamy has started off the excitement with that big home run. And Bettamy has a look down to Rich Donnelly. You expect some power from Bettamy. He's 6'3", 200 pounds. And ball 1. He'll be 27 in July. He was originally signed by the Braves at the tender age of 15. Because he was only 15, the Braves were fined $100,000. 1-1. Not only were they fined, they were forbidden from signing any players in the Dominican Republic for at least 6 months. Then Wilson and his agent filed suit against the Braves and settled out of court for an undisclosed amount. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ball 2, 2-1. I've never seen him do it, but when he was younger, in his early days in the Braves minor league system, they said once in a while he would do an Ozzie Smith style flip when taking the field, but he wasn't 200, I don't believe, when he was doing that. 2-2. Bellamy, it was only 3 years ago, he got his first major league hit in the first inning of a game when he was wearing the Braves uniform, and he was so excited. Line drive, base hit to right. Gonzalez is going to be waved to third on Green, and the Dodgers have first and third and 1 out. Well, Bellamy will settle for the single, but if you missed it, take another look. Wilson hit the home run 408 feet. Matt Kemp hit one up in the loge in left field. That's 447 up there. And then Crow hit one 412 into the pavilion. The first and third, 1 out, a meeting at the mound. We can finish this story about Wilson Bellamy. He got his first major league hit 3 years ago, and he was so excited he called home to the Dominican Republic, and his mom get on the phone, and yeah, she said, I'm happy you got a hit, but she said, it looks like you weigh 200 pounds. Well, maybe not then, but now. And we'll be back. Friday, June 22nd, and by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. 3-1 Dodgers, 1 out in the 6th, first and third, and Matt Kemp takes a strike from Joe Smith as Chien-Ming goes 5 1/3, made 108 pitches, and a 5-0 record will go down the drain. Of course, maybe the Mets would rally and get him off the hook. 0-1 the count. Joe Smith sounds like he's pitching under an assumed name. He's from Cincinnati, Ohio. Went to school at Wright State. But somewhat shocking, he was drafted last year. 0-2. I mean, last year. Wow. He just turned 23. However, he has had his problems. Those numbers look good, but since the 12th of May, his earned run average is 6. The opposition is hitting .333 against him. And the last 8 runners that he inherited have scored. And he inherits first and third with 1 out here in the 6th. In his last 3 1/3 innings, Joe Smith has allowed 10 hits. First and third, 1 out. Way off the plate, 2-2. Fastball, slider, and a changeup. Boy, that's quick development. Out of Wright State last year, and here he is in the big leagues. Two and two. Fastball hit back a third, fair ball. Throw on a bounce too late. The run scores. Dodgers lead 4-1. So Matt Kemp, a single back of third. Bellamy goes to second. Gonzalez brings in the run. For Matt Kemp, his second hit and his second run batted in. The run is charged to Maine, and the Dodgers lead 4-1. Kemp, a big man, but boy, he runs well. Stole a base back in the 4th inning. Not much David Wright could do on that ground ball right over the bag. So 2 on, 1 out, and they look bunt with Quo. And ball 1, 1-0. For Joe Smith, the big leagues seem to be a dream. In his first 17 outings, he pitched 15 1/3 scoreless innings, but things have turned dramatically against him of late. 1 ball, no strike. And ball 2, 2-0. Back in looking at the Mets bullpen, the 2 fellas who you figure are pretty much off the hook. They pitch well. Pedro Feliciano and Billy Wagner. All the others have had some problems. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ball 2, 2-1. So Joe Smith gives up the single to Kemp. Gonzalez scores. Betemeat at second belongs to Maine, and Jose Reyes could almost pick his pocket. Oh, they let Hong-Chih swing away. 2-2. Mets are still not convinced the corners are up. And down he goes. So Quo rides the elevator from the penthouse in the second inning, a 412-foot home run, and he is in the basement now, striking out the next 2 times. Failure to bunt there could be important. And Rafael for call. Rafael fly to center, lined out to Valentin, and grounded to Delgado with 2 out and a runner at third. So he has Betemeat at second, and he has Kemp at first. 2 out, 4-1 Dodgers, 6th inning. And a strike, 0-1. Breaking ball missed. When Joe Smith was in college at Wright State, he couldn't make the roster his first year. Then a year later, he was a walk-on. And 2 years later, he's in the big leagues. Little slider strike, 1-2. Last year, pitching for Wichita State, his earned run average was less than 1. 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So in the inning, Gonzalez walked with 1 out. Betemeat single into third. That was all for Maine. Kemp an infield single scoring Gonzalez. Quo strikes out. And with 2 on, 2 out, the deuces are very wild. And for call is waiting. Ball 3. So the Dodgers get a little base running advantage. Betemeat at second. Kemp at first will be on the move. 3-2 to Rafael. Runners go. Swung on and missed. Great pitch by Joe Smith. Took a little off. It seemed to almost sink at the plate. So the Dodgers get 1, leave 2, and lead 4-1. 4-1 Dodgers as young Joe Smith talks to his pitching coach Rick Peterson. Look at the delivery. Look at the right arm as it turns. Then the elbow drops. Then he slings and turns the arm over again. You would think that is unusual strain on the arm, but he's young and so far so good. We sure hope he's around a long time. So do the Mets. They signed him for a bonus of over $400,000. So we go to the 7th. LaDuca, Valentin, and Gomez as Hong-Chih Quo tries to get through this inning. Ground ball to Reyes for call for the out. 1 away. Billingsley is joined by Beimel now in the Dodger bullpen. 1 away in the 7th inning. Valentin and Gomez, and then the pitcher's spot. So far, the Mets have been shut down in the series, even though they started out with 2 runs in the first inning of last night's game. And you look at the lineup, they've kept Reyes off the base paths. He's 2 for 7 and has scored once in the 2 games. Sean Green is 2 for 7. He has 1 RBI. Carlos Beltran is 1 for 7. No RBIs. David Wright might have 3 hits, but they're all singles. Carlos Delgado has 2 hits in 7 at-bats, 1 RBI. Paul LaDuca 1 for 6, no RBIs. And LaDuca, making their first out in the inning, is 1 for 7 now. Jose Valentin He's 1 for 6. Struck out, fly to center tonight. So the Mets, who were hitting .316 against left-hand pitching, and they looked at Randy Wolf last night and Hong-Chih tonight. They were hitting .316 against lefties. They're hitting .255 against the Dodger lefties with only 4 RBIs. And the only extra base hit for the Mets was a double to right field by Carlos Delgado in the 4th inning last night. And popped up. It'll be Jeff Kent. So 2 down in the 7th inning. Remember that you can celebrate Father's Day by playing catch on the field at Dodger Stadium. This Sunday, the Dodgers host the Angels, round 2 of the Freeway Series, and afterwards, fans who attend the game are invited to go to the field, throw the ball around with Dad. All compliments of Macy's, and you can visit Dodgers.com or give us a call, 866-DODGERS. Great scenes looking around the ballpark. Seeing the family. A strike to Carlos Gomez, 1 for 2. Dodgers can pick up a big game tonight because the D-backs lost to the Yankees and the Padres were walloped by Tampa Bay. Dodgers began 1 back of the Padres. From the looks of things, it's going to be like this all year long. Playing musical chairs. The Dodgers, the Padres, and the D-backs. Giants won their ball game. Whether the Giants turn out to be a factor or not remains to be seen, because they started the day 7.5 back. Line foul down the line. 1-2. 21-year-old Carlos Gomez hit back to the box, singled and stole second. Last night, 1 for 4. 6 feet 4, 195, 21. Check swing. He goes down both ways to his knee and out. So Carlos strikes out. And if that's the last inning for Hong-Chih, we put a ribbon on the package as he blows away Gomez and walks off leading 4-1. He's made only 89 pitches, and you get the feeling he's done for the night as Joe Smith gets strike 1 to Juan Pierre. What a game he pitched. And to show you how confident he became, he got the first pitch for a strike to 11 of the last 12 batters. I mean, he was in command. But we'll still remember him tossing the bat on his home run. We'll remember that for quite a while. That was a picture and a half. Tony Abreu up there, and all of the fellows teasing him a little bit. So Quo follows Randy Wolf with a gem. 4-1 Dodgers, bottom of the 7th. Breaking ball on the hands, a little foul, drops untouched. Here's that flip. Watch the bat. Big home run. He hit it 412 feet. See you later, bat. The guys in the dugout just fell down when they saw him do that. Hong-Chih Quo. What a night. And remember, his first major league victory was at the expense of the Mets last September. For a kid who survived, and you use the word advisedly, 2 Tommy John surgeries, he is some story. Meanwhile, Juan Pierre, 2 fly balls to center and a triple inside third. And a slow roller, tough play, bare hand by Valentin, and he throws it away. And going to second on the overthrow is Pierre. So Valentin gave it his best shot, a bare hand pickup, but the off-balance throw wasn't in the neighborhood. So for Pierre, it'll be a base hit, and then he'll reach on Valentin's error. Nice effort, but poor throw. Reminds me of playing with an elderly Scotchman playing golf one day. And I hit a ball, and the Scotchman said, "Grand shot, laddie, marred only by the fact it's in the bunker." Well, great play by Valentin, marred only by the fact he threw it away. 0-1 to Nomar. Single to right, got a slider, and just kind of put the bat on the ball. Nudged it to right, grounded hard to third, and flied to center. 1 for 3. Wow. That looked like almost a balk, but he just did get off the rubber in time. 0-1. And a fly ball to right coming up for it is Green. And Pierre tags on his way to third, and he's in there. So the old line, speed never has a slump.
Second baseman, number 12.
And Pierre with a squib single, reaching second on the error, third on the fly ball, and Jeff Kent now trying to pick him up. So Nomar moved his man along. That's twice Nomar has gone to right field. Jeff Kent singled and twice flied to left. 1 for 3. Dodgers 4, Mets 1, 7th inning. Dodgers scored 5 last night. Comebacker knocked down. Look at Pierre, and a throw to first for the second out. So Luis Gonzalez coming up with Russell Martin on deck. Jeff Kent shaking his head after going 1 for 4, but missing an opportunity for a run batted in. And now let's see, Willie Randolph making his way out to the mound. And with Gonzalez coming up, perhaps Willie will opt to go to the bullpen and come in with a left-hander. He has a couple with Feliciano and Schoenweiss, and we'll be back. Bottom of the 7th inning, the Dodgers trying to add to a 4-1 lead. They have Juan Pierre at third and 2 out, and the veteran left-hander Scott Schoenweiss coming in relief, trying to stop the Dodgers. Schoenweiss appeared briefly last night. He's from Long Beach, New Jersey, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Went to Duke University and played with the Angels for several years before going to the Blue Jays, the Reds, and now the Mets. We understand he's had one physical problem lately, and that's with his left knee. It's not been very stable. And of course, if you're a left-hand pitcher, all of your weight will go on that left leg as you push off the rubber. So with Pierre at third, 2 down. Scott Schoenweiss, 33 years old. He'll be 34 in October. Going to work on Gonzalez, who struck out, lined out to left, walked, and scored a run. Strike, fastball. Gonzalez going into the series was 1 for 7 against Schoenweiss. Over the top, 1-1. One ball, 1 strike. That missed inside. Ball 2, 2-1 to count. Schoenweiss with an earned run average of 7, so he's been struggling for sure. One reason is control, and it could very well be the instability of the left knee. 2-1. Coming into the game, Schoenweiss has walked 19 while striking out only 9. 2-2. Over the top, check swing, says Poncino, and that's the inning. So Gonzalez called out on strikes. The Dodgers leave Pierre. Hong-Chih will say goodnight, and we're heading for the 8th, 4-1 Dodgers. And now Grady Little comes out. He wants to make another change, and that is putting Andre Ethier in left field for Luis Gonzalez. He already announced James Loney at first base, and it looks like the move that we had expected will take place once Damian Easley is announced, and sure enough, they're bringing in Jonathan Broxton. It really didn't make much sense seeing Quo go out there, but what Grady wanted to do was to force Willie Randolph's hand. So Easley came out, and then the Dodgers make changes, and here comes Big John, who made 16 pitches last night and struck out 2. We'll be back.
Your attention, please. Now coming to the pitch for the Dodgers, number 51.
And Gomez. And now he's got Easley on the ropes, 0-2, hitting 95. You know, when you look at Detroit, you realize that from 1997 through 2002, Damian Easley had a lot of home runs, 20 or more, 3 straight years. He turns out to be as good a hitter in Tiger history as some of the others you might have expected. Down he goes. You know, he had 3 straight years where he hit 20 or more. You would think of Lou Whitaker or going way back, Charlie Gehringer. But Damian, who is going to be 38 in November, just overpowered by Broxton. So John has faced 4 batters in the series, and he has struck out 3. First strikeout for Broxton. Now here is Jose Reyes, turning around to bat left-handed, and he is 1 for 3. Lost a hit on a good play by Furcal in the first inning. Singled on a slow roller to Kent in the 3rd, and looped out to Furcal in the 5th. He is 2 for 7. He has scored only 1 run in the series. Fouled away, 0-2. Four to 1 in favor of the Dodgers. 3 in the second inning on 3 consecutive home runs, and they added 1 more on the walk and singles by Betterman and Kemp. Little foul ball out of play. Still 0-2 to Jose Reyes. Celebrated his 24th birthday last night. And of course, one of the big things to do with him is to keep him off the base paths. He scored 122 runs last year, and he came into this series with 45 runs scored. 0-2. Oh, Broxton, you are really something. So he just comes out of the pen and strikes out Easley. Then he blows Reyes away. And the batter will be Sean Green. Breaking ball that did the work. In looking at Jonathan Broxton's numbers, he has 40 strikeouts and 15 walks. Now Green, who has struck out twice tonight and is 0 for 3. Little one-hopper. Furcal is there. Boy, the Mets go very quietly against Broxton in the 8th inning. The big man walks off. Only 8 pitches. He worked 16 pitches last night. 4-1 Dodgers. Home run set the stage. First the home run by Bettermeat, then the home run by Kemp. And finally, for good measure, after Matt hit the loge, Hong-Chih with a classic bat flip. following a 412-foot home run. But pitching has really been the story, even though home runs always get the headlines. 4-1 Dodgers. Dodgers have really shut down the Mets so far in the series. Aaron Heilman coming in. Heilman gave up last year's pennant-winning home run, the crusher, to Yadier Molina of the Cardinals, and he has given up 4 big home runs so far this year. Facing Russell Martin, 0-1. Heilman 5-3, an ERA of about 4. Strikeout to walk ratio about 2.5 to 1. Big chopper in the hole. Reyes is on it. A great effort, but Martin is able to leg it out for the base hit. So Russell Martin opens up the 8th with a single to the hole at short. And the batter now will be Wilson Betemit. Hit number 1 of Heilman. Betemit 2 for 3 with the home run and the single to right. That's in there. 0-1 the count. The paid attendance 42,438. 42,438. Aaron Heilman went to school at Notre Dame. In the dirt to the backstop with LaDuca after it, and down to second goes Martin. So Heilman overthrowing and throws it away. For Aaron, his second wild pitch of the year. Not much LaDuca could do. Tried to get his mitt on it. So the Dodgers now have a runner at second, nobody out, and leading 4-1. Heilman out of Logansport, Indiana. That may be 60 miles south of South Bend. 1 ball, 1 strike. Popped in the air, foul, and out of play. Heilman is 28 years old. He'll be 29 in November. He's big like they like their pitchers. 6'5", 225. He was a first-round pick by the Mets 6 years ago. He was drafted out of high school by the Yankees. Then he was drafted by the Twins. They offered him about $1 million, and he said, nope, I'm going to Notre Dame. And Wilson Betemit will go to the bench, 1 away. And the batter will be Matt Kemp.
Right fielder, Matt Kemp.
For Heilman, when he went to Notre Dame, he completed his dual degree in philosophy and management information systems. And by going back to college, he gained about $500,000. The Twins had offered him 1. The Mets finally signed him for almost 1.6. The bunt, foul, 0-1. Pretty tough. You imagine you're in college. You're just finishing up your junior year, and somebody offers you $1 million to play baseball, and you say no. But it turned out to be a very wise decision. He's got a 2-seam fastball. He throws a good splitter. He has a slider and a changeup. Aaron Heilman. Last year, right-handers hit .231 against him. Foul back, 0-2. Interestingly enough, where right-handers hit .231, left-handers hit .231. Dodgers got 3 quick runs tonight on those home runs. But when you talk about hitting with runners in scoring position that's still eluding the Dodgers. Foul ball, almost got Rich Donnelly. The Dodgers with runners in scoring position are 1 for 11. Who did produce? That was when Matt Kemp had that single back of third, and it was good enough to score Gonzalez. 0-2 to Matt. One out, bottom of the eighth, 4-1 Dodgers. The heart of the Mets lineup will be coming up in the ninth inning. No throw. When the Mets come up, it'll be Carlos Beltran, David Wright, and Carlos Delgado, and if anybody gets on, Paul LaDuca. Oh, 0-2 to Matt Kemp. What a game going on at second base with Jose Valentin trying to take a step away from Russell Martin. We all know about a first baseman holding the runner on, and Valentin is doing the best he can to hold Martin on. 0-2. Not doing much now. Whoop, there he goes to the bag. And Martin returns. Little cat and mouse out there. Now David Wright wants to talk to Heilman for a timeout. If nothing else, all of this attention, at least the Mets hope, will put a little extra pressure on the mental thinking of Russell Martin. But they also know that Martin can steal a base. And with a power hitter at the plate and David Wright deep, they're concerned that maybe Russell has ideas of trying to come over. After all, he's stolen 11 bases this year. John Roseboro, 45 years ago, stole 12. 0-2 to Matt Kemp. And again, Valentin trying to fake to the bag. And Matt Kemp goes down. So 2 down in the 8th inning. Don't forget, you can vote for Russell Martin, Nomar, Kent for call, the rest of the Dodgers at the All-Star game. You go to Dodgers.com and select the Dodgers as your favorite team. Then you receive an email coupon in July, good for 25% off Dodger tickets. And if you vote 25 times, you'll get 50% off compliments of State Farm. All voters are automatically entered to win tickets and meet a Dodger player. For instance, you can go to Dodgers.com/All-Star. How about that line, if you vote 25 times, but it's legal. Andre Ethier batting ninth with all the moves that Grady Little made. 1 ball and no strikes to Andre, hitting .263, 5 home runs, 28 runs batted in. Talk about voting 25 times and somebody's going to start talking about Chicago. Of course. 1-0. Right. I always remember the great Chicago announcer Jack Brickhouse talking about voting. And Jack, of course, was an icon in Chicago. And he said when it comes election time, the people down south call up and say, how much do you need? 1-1. Well, in baseball, you can vote 25 times. Go to it. Two and 1 to count to Andre Ethier. It's 4-1 Dodgers. Bottom of the 8th inning. Russell Martin at second. Valentin can't bother him now. The only job of holding him on is Jose Reyes. And a fly ball to right field, very playable. Sean Green is there. and that'll do it. So here come the Mets in the 9th inning. Carlos Beltran, David Wright, Carlos Delgado, followed by Takashi Saito, and it's 4-1 Dodgers. California Ford, not just miles per gallon, but more fun per gallon. 9th inning with the Dodgers leading 4-1. Crowd waiting to hear Takashi Saito's theme song, and when they heard it and the gate opened, it became very theatrical again, and well, it should, as Takashi came in with the music Bad to the Bone by George Thorogood and the Delaware Destroyers. Saito, as you know, has been brilliant. There are his numbers. And last night came in to pitch the 9th inning, and it took him 10 pitches, and he struck out 2 of the 3. The Mets last night had a base hit by LaDuca in the 6th inning and were never heard again. 11 in a row went down. Tonight, right now, 7 in a row since Wright's single, and it will be Carlos Beltran, who is 1 for 7, no RBIs in the series, hitting .279. Fastball strike. So the Dodgers trying to cash in because San Diego lost. Tampa Bay beat them. Arizona lost. The Yankees beat them. And 2 quick strikes on Carlos Beltran after Broxton made 8 pitches in the 8th inning, all strikes. 0-2. Chased and missed. So Beltran, the number 3 hitter, the guy who's supposed to make things move, 1 for 8 without an RBI in the 2 games. And now here's David Wright. David Wright is 2 for 3, singled twice, stole a base, scored a run, and he has hit safely in 14 straight. By the way, the longest hitting streak in Mets history, 24, and done twice by players who once played for the Dodgers. Hubie Brooks in 1984, Mike Piazza in 1999. A strike to Wright. David, an outstanding young player. 0-1. And another strike. Willie Randolph, who was on the edge of losing 4 straight and 9 out of 11. We mentioned it at the start, however. Willie's not about to panic by any means. Last year, the end of August into September, the Mets lost 13 out of 15. They hit another stretch late in September where they lost 7 out of 8. Sean Green and company nevertheless wound up playing in the postseason. Slider missed. 1-2. One out. Show him a fastball off the plate. 7 Mets have struck out. David Wright, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wow. You know, one of the more interesting things when you come to the ballpark, look at the visiting team when Saito comes in or when Broxton comes in. The visiting team heard about them, and Julio Franco and company are very interested, all of them, up on the railing. Well, if you're Carlos Gomez, you're going to sit back and watch. 2 down, 9th inning. 4 of the last 5 Mets have struck out. Ball 1. If you go back to Gomez, struck out in the 7th, Easley and Reyes in the 8th, Beltran and Wright in the 9th. And a fly ball to left field. Andre Ethier is there, And the Dodgers are right up there, tied up with San Diego and Arizona as they set the Mets down. And as what happened last night, the last 11 in a row went down for the Mets. And tonight, the last 10 in a row went down for Saito, following Broxton, who made only 8 pitches. Takashi Saito made only 11. And the players of the game, well, you'd have to put the spotlight back in the 2nd inning. That's when Wilson Bettamy came up and hit one 408 feet into the pavilion. Then Matt Kemp reached the loge in left field, 447 feet away, and for good measure, Hong-Chih hit a run to the pavilion, and then the classic bat toss. And the Dodgers wind up 4 runs, 10 hits, and no errors. The Mets 1 run, 5 hits, and 2 errors. If you look at the National League West, the Arizona Diamondbacks are 37-28. The Dodgers are 37-28, and the Padres are 36-27. We can also tell you the Giants are leading the Blue Jays, top of the 8th inning, 3-2. Tomorrow night, the concluding game, Jorge Sosa 6-1, Brad Penny 7-1. And that'll do it. Once again, the final score, Dodgers 4, Mets 1. Stay tuned for Dodgers Live, and it starts right now. Good night, everybody.
Thanks, Ben. Bueno, Wilson, la verdad, o sea, ha de ser difícil, ¿no? Bateaste de 2-3. You went 2 for 3 tonight. It's got to be difficult knowing that you might not be playing every day, but you